Good evening, everybody. I think we have a little while before the stream is up and running. As always, I want to make sure that I've got the quality settings before I go too far in. We have that. And yeah, it kind of feels like the last little while I've been starting a bit closer to 8 on the Fridays, and that's just partly because of my current workload. Now, the good news on that is that's probably going to be changing as of next week. I'm going from one project which I think is not very well managed, and in addition to involving me doing a lot of extra work, I think is one of these ones where the person in charge is very quick to take credit and is definitely very ready to assign blame to subordinates. So I think it is very fair to say that I am not sorry to see it go. But of course, with some new work coming up, I am going to need to get a little bit of a feel in terms of where everything's going. So we'll see. But the plan is definitely to continue doing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday streams. For the time being, Friday has been City of Ghosts time, and will probably be so for the foreseeable future. For those of you who enjoyed Hollow Knight, that has not completely gone away. However, because of my really busy timeline, I haven't actually been able to consistently do my trials. So I sort of put that on the shelf for a little bit. I'm sorry to do that, but we will be back to it. I have every intention of completing the game. But I also know that, one, I wanted to do this game, and I think it wouldn't hurt for me to just get past the current hump that I have, on my own time. Cool Facts, how you doing? Thank you very much for stopping by again. So, little background on City of Ghosts. Ionlands very kindly sent me a key for Cloudpunk rather late in its life. Again, it's one of these things where I need to stop saying also. It's one of these things that I'm extra appreciative of because it was just at the start of a time where some long established relationships as far as kind of getting keys for some strategy games that I think people tend to like me playing, and I think I'd like to say I do well. Those were sort of falling apart. Those aren't as reliable as they used to be. So, and it's largely just due to sort of the concurrent viewers and such. And so, despite those factors, from one company, Ionlands agreed to send a key for Cloudpunk. They were apparently either not as bothered or, for whatever reason, were okay with me doing that for Cloudpunk. And one of the reasons I highlight that is simply because there is a much greater incentive to get broadcasters to do something early on in the life cycle of the game. That's when the game is going to kind of be at full price. It's when most likely the largest number of people are going to be streaming it, and so having these incremental boosts to concurrent views, smaller streamers such as myself, those can sort of help the overall ranking on Twitch, and so there's a really good reason for doing that sort of stuff early on in the game's life. But when it comes later on in the game's life, and particularly for a game like Cloudpunk, there's less of an argument for it there, right? I'm delighted that some of you have gone and picked up the game, because of course I do want to do my best to sort of connect a potential audience with a game that they're interested in. But it's definitely one of these ones here where I think, I do my best to do my added value as a broadcaster. I don't really see streaming as a way of, snagging a key for something that I have no intention of streaming, or, I'll just kind of do once and throw away. But the fact of the matter is that it is the developer that has to decide whether or not this is in line with their plans. And I definitely feel like I should highlight that Ionlands did so at a time when, people who I would have thought would have sort of given the check mark because they knew my stuff were sort of saying no. And in their case, a case where, I kind of did it as a flyer. It seemed to be something that would fit well, but I didn't have very high expectations in terms of hearing a yes for. They did. So not only did that make me feel warm and fuzzy inside, but it actually wound up being a really interesting game, and one that seemed to provoke a lot of interesting conversations and chat. So fast forward, City of Ghosts was announced. I got a nice email asking if I would be interested in covering covering the DLC. I had no idea that it would be quite what this is, such a large and ambitious DLC. But that was pretty much an instant yes for me. And it did take me a little while to start playing it because of the Hollow Knight stuff. But I've been really enjoying it so far. But one of the reasons I'm telling the story is, as always, because I have been given a key both for the base game and the DLC. While I like to think my time is valuable, and certainly if I could go and work a minimum wage job, I would actually have more money to show for it and just be able to buy the game on my own. But it is up to you to decide how much the fact that I've been given a key for promotional purposes is sort of affecting my judgment or my implied recommendation by continuing to play the game. And it is definitely something that we should disclose, so we do not wind up in a cyberpunk dystopia of our own. It's maybe overselling it a little bit, but you get the idea. Needless to say, I'm very enthusiastic about City of Ghosts. I am aware of the fact that I have been particularly chatty for the past couple of streams, and I like that that happens with Cloudpunk because it does tend to be something that has been spawned by chat, and I think that is a marker of good and interesting science fiction. Obviously, this game is about something, and it's something that I like the fact that people are able to bring some of themselves and talk about things in the game. But with that in mind, there is a balance that I can strike, and in this case, the balance has definitely been a little bit more to Cloudpunk being a very wonderful set of visuals for an impromptu podcast. And I'll be honest, I am far more interesting with prepared remarks than I am off-the-cuff comments. I'm not always the most coherent when I sort of free associate, as I think probably anybody who's watched the stream for an extended period of time probably doesn't really need to be told. But more importantly, this is a really interesting game. I am very much enjoying City of Ghosts and where it's been going. So I'm not gonna cut discussion if I think it's going to an interesting place. But I am maybe a little bit aware of the fact that maybe the last couple of streams have been a little indulgent on my part, and I'll try to come up with a slightly better balance of sharing the story and carrying on. It's also because I'm conscious of the fact that I'm a little more time constrained lately. So I realize that if I spend an hour talking about a subject, and I'm streaming for 3 to 4 hours, that's a third to a fourth of the cast that's being dedicated to things that maybe people aren't interested. I really like this song on the soundtrack, by the way. Like every time it comes on, I get a little bit of pep. Anyways, let's continue on. All right, sell more food to whole pie and small slice. Do I still have this food? All right.
I almost feel like myself again. Why is everything blue?
It is not.
Did you fix the lights?
Perhaps it is an after effect of the virus.
Maybe. You want to catch me up on everything I missed, Camus?
It was a lot.
Just the headlines, then.
The chorus are trying to get Cora's daughter. I had help from Morpho and his drunken friend, Hayes. They are gone now.
Yes, please.
Cora spoke to me.
I thought she was gone.
She said you would know what to do. You do not know what to do.
No.
Should we talk to Control?
For the last time, Camus, she sold us out.
No, it was all a plan to help you. But the chorus got to you first.
Really? Damn. Yeah, let's call her. I guess we need a Hava anyway.
You should not have let Hayes take your old Hova. He is not careful.
Well, when he asked, I still had a thunderstorm in my prefrontal cortex, Camus, so let me off the hook, please. Control? You on the comm? Got a minute?
Rania? Fucking motherfucker, you're alive!
How you been?
Rania, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened.
Am I still fired?
What? No, but who cares? As long as you're alive. Listen, it was all a plan to just...
I know. Camus explained. Kinda. And it doesn't matter anyway. Listen, I lost my Hava.
No, I lost the Hava. The transponder told me it, crashed.
Hayes and Morpho!
I need another.
Say no more. Standard issue. Cloudpunk Malichka is waiting for you in your parking spot. I sent it a while back.
Really? Wow, Control, thank you.
Least I could do, Rania. What are you gonna do now?
If I explain, you'd tell me I'm crazy.
Yeah, better I don't know then. Well, whatever it is, Rania, good luck.
So maybe a quick disclaimer. I'm doing my best in terms of the sort of the markings for the kind of the content on the broadcast. This game is 16 plus, and I took a look at the YouTube guidelines as well because I know a number of you like to watch this stuff on YouTube. So as far as I can tell, the language thing depends on when it occurs in the video. But with that in mind, I should maybe let you know that this game does get a bit sweary, as you've seen. I'm not particularly bothered by that, but obviously it's one of these things where I really think it starts to skirt the edges of of kind of what people would find accessible. This game is it definitely is. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I wanted to take a quick peek out and look through. I forgot, Colfax, you haven't. I couldn't remember if you've been here for a Cloudpunk stream or not. This is the DLC, so this is kind of like it's like a sequel-sized DLC to the game Cloudpunk. It's got this wonderful sort of voxel style to it. I believe it's actually made in Magic of Voxel. The art assets, I believe, are made in Magic of Voxel. I wouldn't be surprised if they were, but obviously, I actually had an interesting scenario in. I won't say what stream it was because the streamer is actually really nice. It was just kind of the chat that was being a little silly. But I played the game Plague Tale: Innocence. Definitely, I was a lot more enthusiastic about it at the start than I was at the finish. And I know this is going to be one of the digressions, but I'll get this out of my system now, and then we can move on. But I kind of took a look into it because I saw that it used the Pixel Megascans, and I think it was before the acquisition of Megascans by Epic. So I was a little curious. I'm like, oh, is this something that used Unreal, or did they do their own engine? It was just kind of a curiosity I had because I think everybody's been following Epic's moves with interest. And sure enough, the developer had sort of made their own tech for the game, and that the Megascans were used for for a certain look. A little bit like what I think Resident Evil Village has done. And but anyways, somebody in chat is like this game looks good. They must have used Unreal, which I'm sure every Unity user, which I believe this is a Unity game, by the way, just rolls their eyes at. You can obviously make bad-looking games in every engine. You can make very good-looking games in a lot of engines too. But despite the fact it was easily verifiable, I offered a quick thing. It's like I believe they use their own tech, but it does use the Pixel Megascans, which is now owned by Epic. And I'm not sure, if Epic had owned that at the time. And then somebody's like, no, I think that's wrong. It looks like it's Unreal. And then it says, yeah, it looks like it's Unreal too. Like, I noticed that post-processing effect. And I'm like, this is easily verifiable online. There shouldn't be speculation about this, but by virtue of the fact that I've been outnumbered by a bunch of people on their gut, it is now established. Apparently it is now established fact that the engine that A Plague Tale: Innocence used is in fact the one they didn't use. So with that in mind, I try when I say things like I think they used Magic of Voxel in this. I say this as I'm pretty sure I saw something on Twitter that indicated that they were using Magic of Voxel. But I do not want to play my role in perpetuating nonsense. One way or the other, it is a beautiful looking game that clearly uses the talents of its artists, which of course are the main reason why games look so good, very well. And it is possible that there is a tool that is in fact available to anyone. Unity certainly is, that was used to create it. In any case, let us carry on. I should actually take the time, while it's loaded. Oh, okay, it's actually done loaded. I will just take a quick second here, because now, I did just say in that previous discussion that it was something easily verifiable online. Let me see if I can quickly find Let's see if I can quickly find the tweet. Here we go. So Ionlands tweeted on December 20... I think this was the one that I looked at. December 22nd, 2017. Ionlands, which is the developer's Twitter, if you'd like to follow it, at Ionlands. In this city built with magic of Voxel, the residents are so busy they'll probably forget the holidays. More about our new game in 2018. Happy holidays. So obviously tools can change over the course of development, but there is my evidence. And one of the reasons why I just highlight that is there's obviously a couple of game developers who either follow the channel or occasionally stop by, people like Valiant Cheese, and they do their own game development and they tend to stream it. And so one of the things I like to highlight when I can, particularly with developers like that, is when there are tools that are in fact available to anyone. Because I think sometimes, like when you play a game like this, it can be very inspiring. I'm not a game developer. I just really like living in these environments for a period of time. Flobe, how you doing? Long time no see. I think the last I saw you were playing Fortnite ages ago. Which probably is more of a statement in terms of how little I've been following the developments in your life. What's new? Are you still streaming? But yeah, I do like to highlight because I know there are a few people who, kind of sometimes say to themselves, "Oh, I'd really like to make a game, and I just don't know how." And it's sometimes I think very encouraging to be able to point to tools that people have used. And to say that there isn't a financial barrier here, that these are tools that somebody picked up and learned, and I'm not going to argue that you can knock out a really good game like Cloudpunk in a weekend. Clearly, this is the product of a lot of talent and a lot of hard work. But I also think it's we're in this wonderful stage now where people are able to say, or where people are no longer have to say, if only I had, enough money to license this tech. There's an increasing number of free and open source tools that are available for people to make really interesting looking things. Life is good, not streaming, but thinking about starting again. Well, excellent. Definitely let me know when you're...
Here's what I can offer you today.
When you're back, if I don't stop by on my own time. But I hope you've been well otherwise. Okay, let me see if we...
Thanks.
I look forward to seeing you again.
Let me see if we have the lamb coconut ramen. So in any case, I don't want to oversell the tech, right? But on the other hand, it is, for me at least, very rewarding to point out when when you're able to say that some of these things that we're seeing are actually
Here's what I can offer you today.
Something that doesn't have a financial barrier, right? To be able to, to have more. Basically, once you lower those financial barriers, you get more voices in the space, and that obviously creates competition and downward price pressure for games. I, by the way, don't 100% believe that. I think because clearly a game like Cloudpunk is a very different product from something that a single person working on their first game will produce. And so I don't know if somebody using Magic of Voxel to make a game is necessarily a competitor in that sense. Obviously there's competition at the first game, being put on Steam level for sure. But again, certainly it would be very hard for me to say that it's a bad thing that more voices are, have the ability to share either their experience or something that they want to go out, give us a chance to be entertained. Generally, I think that kind of choice is very good. And I'm just very encouraged to see how, I just think it's something very impressive to be able to see these tools being used in such an interesting way to tell, to make such a great game. This is like Voxel Cyberpunk 2077. I haven't played the other 2076 Cyberpunk's Night Valiant, so I've got a while before I can try the new one. But yeah, if it's, I guess if it's a good game, then it's very much like it. How are you doing? All right, so I bought the lamb coconut ramen just so we can sell the
Thanks.
stuff to Whole Pie and Small
I look
Slice.
forward to seeing you again.
And we got Night Valiant in the chat, who has now finished the Metroid Prime trilogy. Has moved on to Metroid Fusion, which I have no idea what system that was for, but it looked like something like a Super Nintendo game, I guess. I don't know quite what inspired the Metroid kick, but Night Valiant's been doing it, so if you like that, you can definitely check him out. Now, I was under the impression that he had also played Cloudpunk. I know he was interested in it, but one way or whether or not he's played Cloudpunk, I believe that's on the points of interest list, and we can now add City of Ghosts to the list of things that are interesting. I'm doing okay, feeling a little overwhelmed with work, but very eager to play more Cloudpunk. Okay, so we've got the new Hava. We're probably going to get a call from Control.
I am worried about Morpho and Hayes. If the chorus attacked Hayes' girlfriend, they are in danger.
We're all in danger, Camus. We have to trust they can look after themselves. They have a real fast Hava now, unlike us. Hey, Automata, give me a nav point to the Hollows.
It is good to have you back, Rainia.
Jen!
Control reinitialized me in this Hava. I am glad to be back with you both. How are you, Camus?
Good. We are going to save the goddess AI and her daughter from the secret society.
Very good.
So I'm going to take a minute and head to one of the other regions for a bit, just so I can find more ferrofibers and food. So I'm going to start by heading to Whole Pie and Small Slice. If I find some opportunities on the map, I'll take them. But for the time being, I'd like to do a few... Oh, is it on the same level? Well, let's sell what we've got. You just did not play the DLC. Excellent. Yeah, for some reason, I could have sworn that you had... that you'd played Cloudpunk. I just... I don't know. I have trouble remembering some of this stuff.
You're probably wondering how we can eat when we're androids. Well, we got upgrades. There's some androids got them, and the good news is our waste products ain't half as bad as you humans. I guess you could say, our shit don't stink.
Okay, so looks like this is a pretty good way to convert cash into, or food into cash.
I have to say, my distinguished colleague and I remained impressed with your efforts. Should you bring us a few more dishes, we might consider offering you a trial unit of our new invention, the Sustenance Recombinator.
Interesting. So I can't seem to talk to either of them now. So one of the things I was curious about was the... so we've got bubblegum, candy bar, and a soda can. So these apparently don't count as food for these two. So just because I get it from a food vendor doesn't necessarily mean that's a valid dish for the quest. I don't normally like doing this with the map, but I want to take a second here. So one thing I could try, of course, is just go to all of these different food vendors and pick up what I can. What I'm actually curious about, though, are these ferrofibers, because I've kind of been pursuing them all game, and I haven't quite been able to find what I need. So I'm actually going to go to a whole other level of the city, and we'll see if we can find something. I think we go to the right to Avalon Heights. That's probably our best bet. Anyway, this is going to be a little bit of time spent on sort of side quests. And this is partly addressing a regret that I had in the previous Cloudpunk, which was when I finally started engaging. Am I even remotely close to the... No, I'm going the exact opposite direction of where I need to be going. Fuel isn't unlimited. But yeah, one of my regrets was that I started engaging with some of the characters in this game a little too late, and so there's some follow-ups in in this DLC that don't quite make as much sense, just simply because I never actually did them inside of the base game. And I'm sure the DLC like accounts for that. I do know it said that there are some different endings based on decisions that you've made both within the DLC and in the main game. But with that in mind, right? Like I kind of like to have some ownership over those decisions, right? So I'm going to spend a little bit more time, when I think there's a good little break between the two. I'm going to try and take the time to follow up on a few leads. One small worry I have is, so for instance, there's these little blue. They almost look like cigarette cartons, to be honest. I don't believe that these are relevant to my quest items. I believe these are just items that are on the ground. Now I'm going to go pick them up anyway because there's a bunch of food vendors over here, and as a result, I'm going to be able to buy some stuff and give it to the droids. But what I'm really looking to do is I'm really looking to pick up stuff that looks a little bit like a newspaper. And it actually looks like Avalon Heights is sort of a dead end. So again, there's a bunch of stuff that I can pick up for sure. But following that, I think we're going to go to Hobbs Thoroughfare. We'll pick up some items, and then we'll head back down and go sort of the opposite direction. Although it would help, yeah, okay, just straight forward. Well, straight forward and one left at some point. This is one of the things I really like about the game is, it's not, so it's not an action game. There is a little violence in this now, with the assassin droid coming after us, but we don't defeat the assassin droid by fighting it. We beat it by running, and we beat it by being more clever than it. And I think one of the things that interests me about this game is that you'll have these little slices of life in the world in Nivalis, and there's these nice little bits of rest in between. Particularly for the main quest, it tends to talk to you quite a bit. There's a lot of dialogue, which is one of the reasons why you'll sometimes see me like stop and talk for a while. It's because I know that if I do certain actions, then that's going to provoke another batch of story, which is fine, and the reason why I'm playing the game, to be clear. But obviously, if I'm on a train of thought and I trigger something that will bring up dialogue, it's easier to lose that train of thought. So when I'm doing something like this with the side quests, it's a really good example of the sort of thing that I find most interesting about Cloudpunk, which is, being able to listen to some cool music, go through a really, kind of a really interesting world, to sort of see the sights, and particularly to just be able to talk about some of the things that we've seen in the game. To be able to, if you've had an encounter that provokes a particular thought, you're able to sort of take some time to digest it. Or if you are streaming it, or if you're playing it with friends, like you've got a bunch of people and you're showing off a game, which I realize is probably a rare thing, but I know is not exclusive to streamers by any stretch of the imagination. It's a chance for you to sort of talk about what you've seen and how you feel about it. And I think given the fact that the game... Alright. What did you do for someone to send an assassin droid? We owe debts. So there's some debt corps that we owe money to, and they sent this assassin droid to collect.
Welcome to Ashima Ramen and Seafood. My name is Eddie. What can I do for you?
So both of these should be good for the bots. Sushi set served with a traditional wooden plate and 15 assorted piece of inside out. Spicy. Oh man, I actually really want some sushi right now. Sushi plate. Sushi plate with 7 assorted inside-out pieces. 2 ebi nigiri and 2 avokapa maki. By the way, I have no idea how to pronounce this stuff. I just know it tastes good. Served with wasabi and artificial soy sauce.
Thanks.
Have a nice day.
So yeah, this actually this DLC in particular, when I talk about the ambition, like just in terms of the story, the stakes are significantly higher, pretty much right from the start on this one here, which is definitely a virtue of this one, not a defect of the previous game. But you know, the assassin droid is one of several threats to us in the game. There is. I think the executive who was trying to recruit us, I think that subplot might be closed. But there's also the cult that we're dealing with.
Ramen and seafood.
Wait a minute. Didn't I just talk to you?
For you?
Thanks.
Have a nice day.
Welcome to my humble restaurant in the rain. What can I get you?
Okay, now I'm really interested in this one. So we've already given them lamb coconut ramen. I'm going to buy another one.
Don't let all the rain get you down. See you again soon.
So my suspicion is that this is not going to be acceptable for the quest. But I'd like to verify that for myself. Now, I'm a little curious how I get this item in the thoroughfare. I'm thinking it might be if I go through these doors. One way or the other, though, there's only one way for me to get back to where I was. Or at least one way I know of. I guess there's, well, actually, let's see what's going on with those. Either elevators or moving plates, or whatever we call them. Okay, so I could walk the whole way. I don't think that's going to tell me anything about those elevators. Looks like they are moving horizontally, though. I hear it. Oh, there it is, right there. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's down. If it's down there, and this is moving. Well, I don't know that this is moving. Okay. Inconclusive. I don't think this is helping me right now. Okay, let's head back and go to that. Go to that door. Actually, you know what? I was talking about A Plague Tale: Innocence and how the ending really didn't work for me. I don't know how many of you have played it, and I'm not gonna go into too much detail as far as the as far as the story is concerned, but I do think there is a really interesting comparison that one can make between the two games. So it turns out I did need to be on that side, after all. There was something that happened inside of the game which had very strongly signaled to me that taking lives was a bad thing, and that I should be very resistant to do that. And I tried for a while, largely kind of due to the prompting of the game, to avoid doing that. But the mechanics of the game very much encourage you to take that step. So there were a number of things that I think just didn't work for me in terms of the game, especially at the end. But I think one of the things that I would have done to improve it, and it's really important for me to recognize that when I say stuff like this, it is important, like,
Here's what I can
A
offer
Plague
you
Tale
today.
Innocence was a successful game, and it was one that
Thanks.
was successful enough to merit a sequel.
I look forward to seeing you again.
So my advice as a player as to what would have made that game better is probably not the most helpful.
Here's what I can
But
offer you today.
on the other hand, it is also very fair to say that it didn't really work for me. I feel like we also gave him the crispy meat soup.
Thanks.
I'm just going to buy everything I
I
can
look forward to seeing you again.
and see how it works. Because last thing I want to do is walk back to this place. But yeah, so with that in mind, right, like maybe I'm just not the intended audience for it. Maybe my opinions on this are, you know, in the minority, and that ultimately, you know, they should probably be focusing on the people who did enjoy it, rather than maybe undergoing some sort of radical change for the later one. But the funny thing for me is that I actually think going a little more like Cloudpunk might have served the game a little bit better. Cloudpunk is interesting enough that I want to walk in its world. It's a world that looks interesting. It gives me enough to think about that I'll dwell on it. I'll be able to sort of sustain a cast, for better or worse, sustain a cast on some of the ideas based on what comes up inside of chat. And at no point do I need to, like, take a gun and shoot someone. And I actually think A Plague Tale Innocence might have been improved by sort of committing to a particular choice that it made with regards to violence. Essentially, if you want it to be a game in which you use, you know, your sling a lot, or you have people die to the rats, you can do that, but commit to that being okay. And if you want it instead to be a little bit more horror-focused, and you definitely want to deal with the effect of what some of those decisions will have on the characters, then commit to that and make sure that those moments are rare enough that they have impact. And again, this is one thing that I think Cloudpunk does very well, which is when you make some choices, you know, there's a case in Cloudpunk where there was sort of poison gas, and we had to decide we had to decide who we would take in our car. We only had space for a certain number of people, and we had a financial incentive to take a certain type of person, and then we had what we might kind of consider our moral imperatives to consider another type of person. And the game, I think in some cases the game does sort of give you sort of judgy response. Like it definitely in some cases will be pretty clear what it thinks about certain things, or what you're supposed to get out of certain story events. But I mean, in the end, you are largely left to make that decision for yourself, and so long as you can deal with Camus telling you did a bad thing, or you know, some of the dialogue really laying it on that you let a good person stay behind or a bad person into your cab. I think it's sort of up to you to decide how much value you want to assign to the decision that you made in that moment. And again, I think the game is interesting for it. Obviously, they're two different types of games. Cloudpunk exists in an open world, whereas A Plague Tale Innocence is definitely
Here's
more
what
linear.
I can offer you today.
But it is also fair to say, like, both are very visually impressive games. Actually, if you can just give me a second. One, the description of the food I want to do, but two, I'm actually I thought I could get by with skipping dinner, but I can't. So with house-made chili oil, miso blend, fried pork, onions, bean sprouts, gene-enhanced, artificial carrots, woodier mushrooms, and eggs. Spicy.
Thanks.
I look forward to seeing you again.
So if you can just give me a quick second here, I'm going to step away from the keys for a second to just get a snack so that I don't, like, my stomach's going to be kind of growling during the stream. It's not going to be long, but this is just a chance for me to get a couple of things done that I didn't get to do when I was starting the stream, which is like get a glass of water and things like that. So it's not going to be a long one. I'm not going to run ads or anything like that. Although, if you haven't gotten up and stretched in a little bit, I do encourage you to do that. But I'll be back hopefully within a minute or two. I'm sorry to do this, but it's just, I think it's going to help prevent another interruption to the cast, maybe a more important point. So I'll be back soon. If you have any other questions about the game, feel free to put them inside of chat or talk amongst yourselves. As for me, I'll see you all in just a couple minutes. I see you sneaking in here, Wolfenstein. Alright, really sorry about that. I actually just decided to order... I actually ordered some sushi off of that. So there, I think in about an hour, I might have to grab it, but I didn't want to hold things up too much longer. But I got my water, so thank you very much for the I think, is it a subscription, or I think it's a resubscription, isn't it? One way or the other. Thank you very much, Wolfenstein. As I always like to say, actually, you know what? It's been a while since this. So here's a little bit of background. Way back before Twitch had an affiliate system, would be streaming on a old Mac laptop that I had. I would be streaming at a very low resolution.
Hey, nice to meet you, lady. What do you need?
Because my upload
Thanks for this.
Y'all come back. You hear?
was 512K. And this is the time when the only way that somebody who wasn't a partner on Twitch would make any money would be donations. It was actually the affiliate program that caused a huge crash in my revenues, which, you know, is fine, right? Like, well, it's not like, okay, basically it's Twitch just doing what they can to get their share of the sub money, right? You know, but on the other hand, like, I'm not going to sit down and tell the people who are, you know, subbing, no, you got to do the thing where, you know, my margins are better, right? No, I really appreciate it. But what was really cool about that was that not only did it get me to a point where I felt that I could upgrade my internet package. Keep in mind that I was in grad school at the time, so like this is the time where I'm very cost conscious of my, you know, of my some of my like different, you know, just different expenses, right? But a very large amount of the donations ultimately went towards building the PC that I'm still streaming on. Now, I've done some upgrades to it since then. But obviously, this has always been free. This has always been something that anybody can access, you know, without any cost other than things that they're already paying for in terms of like an internet connection and, you know, and you know, a computer and what have you. I mean, these are things that I think most people who are likely to be watching the stream will regularly be able to rely on. But, you know, the fact of the matter is that I've now kind of got a certain standard in terms of what, you know, kind of people would expect visuals-wise. And of course, if there has been that reduction in revenues from the affiliate program, it can sometimes mean that the stream runs at a bit of a loss. And so, you know, I've never wanted to make the adjustment. Also, I'm sure I've probably just gotten used to having high upload and download speed, so I'm going to feel a little crabby if I downgrade the package. But it's actually one thing that I never want to take for granted, and I want to be really clear that I'm really grateful that people still do that, whether it's a Prime, whether it's a Tier 1, 2, or 3 subscription. I recognize this is something that you don't need to do, and in fact there are a number of people, you know, all of whom have wonderful reasons for wanting you to be the one to do the, you know, to sub to them and not for me. But it is actually something that really helps, and it is something that's, you know, allowed me to kind of go from a 512K upload type stream to something where, you know, I'm doing it at 60 frames, trying to keep the quality up, and generally just trying to be as regular as I can in terms of the broadcast. It's definitely something that I appreciate. So this is for support. You have great content. Well, I really appreciate you saying that, because I have something of a limited view as to what I do on stream. I don't think it's valueless, but I definitely feel like there's a lot of ways that I could improve as a broadcaster. But I am very happy that people are getting something out of it, and obviously it would be tremendously disrespectful for me to take a kind compliment like that and say, "Bah, you don't know what you're talking about." It is, you know, it's support that I really appreciate, because it is something, you know, having an audience that does that is something that has never made me question the decision to kind of keep the upgraded packages and whatnot. And of course, I am at the point where I'm sort of considering what the next few, you know, upgrades to the PC are going to be, depending on future games that are coming out. So again, The stream is very much in my thoughts whenever I think about that sort of stuff, and it's because of the support that you've all shown.
Hey, another dish! Nice one, lady. We're gonna market these sustenance recombinator dealies. Did Small Slice tell you about them? Basically, they combine the texture and flavor profiles of any two dishes. We're working on a catchier name, too. Well, let us know if you have any ideas.
This shall do nicely. You know, as a restaurant reviewer in the Spire, I long wondered how the masses eat down below, in the rest of the city. The answer is, handsomely. Rania and Camus, always a pleasure. Another dish from you both is most welcome. Work on our show continues apace. We hope to show the Sustenance Recombinator on our first episode.
Okay, interesting. So it looks like the crispy meat soup, the vegetable sandwich, and the lamb. Okay, so lamb coconut ramen I feel okay about because it's something that we gave them already. I'm a little surprised about the vegetable sandwich. But it does mean I need to be a little more careful in terms of what I submit. This probably isn't the best way to my car. I should probably just take the elevator. Hurry up. This is the first one of these guys I've seen on the elevator for a while. In this game, remember Cyberpunk? Didn't play either, but you saw Cyberpunk hype and the big crash. Yeah, I mean, I was definitely a Cyberpunk skeptic for a fairly long time, and, you know, I definitely like being able to say I'm right on stuff. And of course the problem is that, you know, ex post, you know, everybody knew it was going to happen, right? You know, nobody was out nobody was out saying it at the time, but apparently everybody knew, right? I think sometimes, like, you know, I played it. In some senses, it was better than what I was expecting. In other senses, I definitely think there was something of an arrogant marketing campaign, and the company was a little too happy to rest on its, on its past success. My hope, as always, is going to be that the game becomes better. I don't really know if we ever benefit from having not good games. And I have a very high degree of sympathy for the workers, and not just because of the working conditions, which obviously have not been good and have not been good for a very long time at CD Projekt Red. But the simple fact that, you know, I was very disappointed by the way that people treated Anthem. Now the thing is that my contrast would be, I think Anthem, if you play it, you can see every indication that with enough time and attention that game would have been something really enjoyable to play, and that it is a great shame that people turned that into a byword for failure. Because I think even in the condition the game was released in on its own, the worst you could say about it was that it was an all-right game when it should have been a great game. But I think the problem with Cyberpunk is that structurally, I think there are problems in that game that aren't going to just be solved by a little bit of extra polish and patching. I think that there's something a little more structural about that game that's going to be hard to overcome. Now, again, I could be wrong, right? Because I don't know anything about game development. or at the very least, what I know about game development is accessible to anybody else who wants to take the time to, to read it up. Which I don't think, I don't think that completely deprives me the right of being able to, of being able to comment on it. I just think it's helpful to keep some perspective, right? And I do this with Cloudpunk, by the way. Like I don't sort of bracket some of my comments in terms of the writing, which I'm actually quite fond of in the game, with with a few caveats, because they gave me a key. Every once in a while I sort of say I sometimes think that the dialogue could end a few lines earlier to let the player sort of close that particular gap and reach the conclusion themselves. But the reason why I bracket that statement is, number one, I'm a certain type of player, and obviously by taking that extra step, the game may be accessible to another group, particularly the group that maybe doesn't have, for which English is not their first language. Although that's not the only consideration for that kind of clarity. But more importantly, I also think there's the revealed preference of the fact that those choices have not been an impediment to interesting discussion about the ideas present inside of the game. And so it's also really important for me to recognize that when it comes down to my actual experience of playing the game, and by the way, I haven't had a moment like that in the last couple of play sessions, so it could be it's limited to a certain set of encounters inside of this game where I've kind of passed them, and it's no longer really meaningful for me to talk about those particular instances. But with that in mind, right, I always want to give the game its due. I want to say it's like, despite this thing that I'm sort of whining about, it hasn't stopped me from enjoying the game, and it hasn't stopped us from having a conversation about the ideas, which is exactly what that is intended to provoke. And so, sort of embedded in my, in my comments are also sort of the counterpoint. Did you like to play? I really like playing Anthem. I am playing it less now because I know that development has effectively. Well, I don't know if development has stopped, but definitely it is not getting the same roadmap. It's not getting the Anthem 2.0 that they had originally planned, which I think is a shame. But yes, I very much enjoyed Anthem, and I could mildly appreciate some of the complaints people had about them. I believe that the majority of the complaints were not ones that could not have been dealt with some extra time on the game. Whereas Cyberpunk, like, the thing about Cyberpunk is that I probably would like Cyberpunk more now than I would have liked it, let's say, 2 or 3 years ago when I'd never played an Elder Scrolls game. I'm actually kind of because I'm enjoying this Oblivion series that I'm doing so much. I actually kind of like that type of CRPG more than I thought. So I'm probably better primed to like Cyberpunk more than what it than what I'd sort of I might have under other circumstances. And to be clear, I didn't dislike the game. I thought there were some things about it that were really interesting. I definitely do not think that it is the sort of thing that merited the kind of
nice to
hype.
meet you, lady. What do you need?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not. I'm certainly not under any illusions that Anthem did not meet expectations. I mean, I listened to the earnings call. I think we've already bought this.
Thanks for this.
Y'all come back. You hear?
Yeah, I'm not under any illusions that Anthem didn't do well. I guess what I'm trying to say is that Anthem was very clear to me a game that had a fairly clear roadmap to improvement. Something like Cyberpunk 2077, I'm not entirely sure how that game goes from what it currently is to the sort of thing that I would say is a must-play game. I'm very happy that CD Projekt Red gave me the key. Obviously, that was the biggest thing ever, and so it's not like my streaming of that really improved it. But there's a really clear reason why I stopped streaming it. When we're dealing with DMCA strikes, and they put in a streamer-friendly mode, and that streamer-friendly mode has copyrighted music inside of it, that's a big mess up. And I actually don't like the fact that I was aware of that before a bunch of other people who were streaming Cyberpunk. So, I'm almost certainly going to come back to it at some point. But, I don't like when I've got something like Cloudpunk to play, which is a game that has a bunch of ideas that I think are really good. I think has a clearer idea of what it's about, and is a game that prompts this kind of discussion inside of a chat. I can definitely see a greater reward, both in terms of satisfaction with a game as well as just being able to do a better show in playing that than than doing something like Cyberpunk, where, for better or worse, I kind of feel like so much of the discussion is going to be about how the game might have failed to meet expectations. And again, I want to be really clear on this. Like, I don't just give a gesture to the people behind Cyberpunk. I would really have loved to be able to say I was wrong, and this is actually great, and I'm really glad that they were able to pull out this thing despite some really horrible working conditions. And unfortunately, I think there were a lot of people who wanted to make the best game that they could, and for reasons that I think the majority of people who had to pay the cost of those decisions were largely not responsible for. It has sort of become... I don't know if Cyberpunk is quite the same object of mockery that it was before. Like, obviously, financially, it did very well. But it's definitely one where I feel like, that's got to be hard to find something that you put so much of your life into, and to just look, there's a lot of times at work where I'll see stuff that's happening and I'll say, this is not the right way to do it, and the reason this bad way is being done is because it's a pet project for somebody who's in a position to sort of pull rank and have it done a certain way. And it never feels good to be in a situation to do that. And I'm not without empathy, so I have to feel like there's a lot of people who did some really impressive stuff that is ultimately not being recognized as being very impressive because of the deeper issues that are present within that game. I don't know, like, in the end it's just a lot more, despite my current topic, I just think it's nicer to celebrate stuff that works really well, right? And an indie team, Ion Lands, was able to make Cloudpunk, which doesn't just use cyberpunk as aesthetics, but uses cyberpunk as a setting to discuss the ideas that have been present since Neuromancer, Snow Crash. I'm sorry, I only really talk about 2 cyberpunk novels, but clearly it's a very large genre. I mean, even there's references both aesthetically and story-wise to Blade Runner. In the end, it's a game that's found success. It's got physical releases on consoles. It's a game that I think is really rewarding to play, and is one that has led to a lot of people sharing science fiction that they're interested in. And as a result, it's, to me, just inherently more interesting to be able to celebrate the success of this game by a clearly passionate and interesting group of developers than it is to talk about a very large company sort of failing to deliver on a very inflated set of promises. I mean, maybe, but the thing is that those expectations were set by CD Projekt Red. Like, the the part where I sort of disagree with saying that nobody could have predicted what happened with Cyberpunk. One thing that I was saying for quite a while was that CD Projekt Red's track record isn't really that great. So when people talk about success, they talk about The Witcher 3, which admittedly I have not played. From everything that I have heard, it is an excellent game and deserving of all of the acclaim. But I know people who have played Witcher 1 and 2, and they straight up do not like those games. Have actively told me to avoid playing those games. I tried a little bit of Witcher 1, and I really tried to make it work, but especially just given the weight of, of people recommending that it is just not worth the time, I am inclined to agree with that assessment, let's say. And again, this may be just that these are games that haven't necessarily aged well, that they were good for their time, but because obviously they were successful enough to spawn sequels. But these are not necessarily the ones that people will say, like, this is the legendary game that everybody must buy and play. Witcher Adventures, I don't think most people know of that one. Thronebreaker, I think it's a Witcher Tales or something like that. Thronebreaker, I think, was the experiment to see whether or not they could make Cyberpunk a GOG exclusive, and the answer came back as a big no. That game sort of vanished without a trace until they finally put it on Steam and I think a couple of subscription services, like Game Pass, for instance. And obviously it was Gwent. Gwent was another one that was a GOG exclusive for a while. And I don't want to be overly critical here, right? I actually rather enjoyed playing Gwent for a bit. It's not one that kind of became a main game for me. I don't dislike Thronebreaker Witcher Tales, but it's not quite the game that I thought it would be. But needless to say, like, it really does seem that this reputation is based solely off of one very good release. And as good as that release might be, there is definitely quite a bit written about how chaotic that development was, and how it seems that the success of The Witcher 3 was very much despite its organization, rather than a product of its organization. And the fact that Cyberpunk gave every indication of having those same kinds of problems, particularly things like the Glassdoor reviews, the fact that sort of CD Projekt Red was kind of making these statements about how committed they were to gamers, which was effectively code for saying, we know about the problems, the HR problems, but we also know you're going to buy the game anyway, so we don't care. And then, of course, the fact that the delays were coming out. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you go back in my archives, when I said, when the Keanu Reeves thing came out, I kind of said it's like we're going to live in two parallel dimensions. There was one in which,
what you looking for?
Keanu Reeves came out at E3.
I got it.
And this was we definitely didn't get the large sushi plate before. Large sushi plate with ebi nigiri, tamango nigiri, salmon skin nigiri, and a set of spicy Nivali inside out. So, there's one world in which this was like the crowning achievement of the marketing campaign that just pushed the hype to a new level, and it it was just the final coup before they delivered the game, which had lived up to the insane hype and was the worthy successor to The Witcher 3. And the other universe, which I sort of thought we were in, but of course I hedged a little bit, and said the other one is one in which this was the celebrity endorsement to cover the fact the game is not ready to go, that it was a release date announced purely so they could start getting pre-orders to sort of shore up their balance sheet, and that this would be the marker that it's the time that you trot out the celebrity to try and hide the fact that the game is not in good shape. And then, of course, the delays start coming in, and all of a sudden it's, you're starting to get some evidence that we're in World 2. I mean, let's face it, it didn't... I mean, it's somewhere in the middle, right? I don't necessarily think Cyberpunk 2077 is an unmitigated disaster. It definitely was not the thing that people were expecting. And then, maybe somebody could say, well, that's, that's easy to say with, an arrogant marketing campaign like that. How could it ever live up to promises? But those are expectations that are set entirely by the company that was selling it, right? So, to be honest with you, the thing is that when you have extended development periods on games, when you do the famous "when it's done" statement, and what you're resting on is really one, admittedly, tremendously successful, and again, to all indications, very good game, that to me doesn't really... That doesn't earn, for me at least, it doesn't earn me the kind of, I don't know, lack of skepticism that seemed to be present for Cyberpunk. I am actually much more impressed by a company like EA that very consistently delivers exceptionally high-quality games at a very regular pace. It has stumbles for sure, and I think it's fair to say that there are actually some, there's the idea of BioWare magic, rather well documented by some articles in Kotaku, that I think actually have some parallels to some of the issues present inside of CD Projekt Red. I actually think that's partly what Mass Effect Legendary Edition was partly to try and help out, because you keep hearing about these issues working with Frostbite. I think to a certain extent that is like you've got almost a perfect training exercise there, right? Which is to say, these games are already good and you know how to make them. So let's make them in Frostbite, make sure we know how this tool works so that this is no longer an excuse for the game not working anymore. I don't know if that was the intention, but man, if I was trying to right that ship, that would definitely be one thing I would try and approach. I mean, obviously, too, it's wonderful to have an updated version of that really beloved series. But like, this is the thing, right? People, able to do things on time, on budget, being able to do so at a regular pace, to me is actually a very impressive feat. Like, I do not know how, even a company like Ion Lands, right? Cloudpunk is not their first game. The entire creative industry, the fact that people are able to create these very impressive works effectively on command and in the face of limited resources is kind of amazing when you think about it. But in the end, right, like just being able to say that we're going to spend, like 7 years making this game with a seemingly unlimited budget, even if it's a very good game that comes as a result, I just don't. I just think that isn't necessarily quite the. I don't think that's quite the feat that maybe people think it is. I think people being able to deliver that kind, deliver a certain level of quality, like on time and on budget, is actually something that has a certain, maybe it's not as romantic, but definitely has a certain level of respectability to it that I think should be recognized more often. But to answer reminds you of Star Citizen? Yeah, I mean, like, to keep in mind, I am definitely not in a position to speak this with authority, right? And I'm sorry I spent so much time talking about Cyberpunk, but again, it's where the chats go. I am currently hunting food, so I suppose it's as good of a time as any to talk about this stuff. We've done all of these.
Thanks for this.
Yeah, I'll come back. You hear?
There's a reasonable argument to be said that there's a totally different kind of game development which is happening now, which is, Star Citizen is the product of something that is free of those kinds of constraints, and that, this is a new way in which stuff is being made, and maybe a better way of making games. I don't know. There is definitely some example, like there are counter examples to this, right? Suffice to say that the new paradigm argument is certainly a somewhat bold claim, and one that I think probably needs to bring up some evidence. You know, I got the early version of Star Citizen. Like, I have bought something for Star Citizen, but it's just a starter for the game. It's like I knew that they were going to be splitting the multiplayer game and the single player game out. I'm sufficiently interested in the project, at the very least Squadron 42, that I figured it was like doing a Kickstarter. And I've not been able to be disillusioned with Star Citizen because I don't really have too much in terms of expectations. I have no idea what's happening with development right now. But yeah, like, again, like this is the thing, right? Like, we're in the same spot that we were. I guess the one thing here is that at the very least, while Cloud Imperium as an entity has yet to deliver on a game, at the very least, you know, Chris Roberts certainly has a reputation for delivering a certain type of spaceflight experience. I'm not entirely sure. Look, I'll be honest with you. This is not exactly the sort of thing. Like, I kind of worry for the people who put a lot of money into this thing. You know, it is their money. But I wouldn't do that myself. But I don't know, like, this one, oddly, I don't know why my skepticism is not quite the same as for CD Projekt Red, but I guess the thing here is that at least in the case of Cloud Imperium, you can kind of, I guess there's few. Okay, actually, you know what? I think what it is the signal to noise ratio of the news I've been hearing, because I also know there's a lot of people who have a stake in seeing that project fail, and that has definitely clouded a lot of the negative news I've heard of it. I would love to hear a little more stuff from people who seem less invested in that project's failure, and a little bit more like, you know, the Kotaku piece on what was happening inside of BioWare. On the other hand, too, it is also fair to say that I haven't followed Star Citizen as closely, so that might even be why my skepticism isn't quite where they were. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to like, so the thing is that if somebody said, you know, we need to go in and regulate Star Citizen, I'm trying to think what the harms are and like where it's gone wrong. I'm not quite sure we're at that point with that project yet, but I don't know, right? Like, it could turn out that it's, you know, in fact later on it's, you know, it was never gonna be, you know, what it was. Like, they kind of, it was the, like, I can definitely see circumstances in which my view on that would change very rapidly. And obviously the point of these kinds of protections is to prevent the harm from happening. But you know, again, like, the thing is that if Star Citizen comes out and they say, it's like, you know what, we don't care about the deadlines. We've got we have got a plan, and enough people who believe in this thing that we will see it realized. And we have built the game with that plan in mind. And they deliver. You know, I don't really know how I respond to that, right? Because, like, at that point, it's been delivered. The thrust of the argument against has kind of been defeated by the existence of the project. But you know, I really hope. I guess, yeah. I can't see putting that kind of money that people have put into it. That, like, I'm just not in a position to spend that kind of money on a game, and so it's hard for me to appreciate the psychology behind the people who do that. Anyways, there was an earlier. So Wolfenstein says, take a look at In the Black. For you, it'll be the game that Star Citizen Elite Dangerous try to be. I mean, there's the thing too, like, I may also be the wrong audience for these games. It took me a really long time to get into Star Citizen, and I don't play... Sorry, not Star Citizen. Elite Dangerous, and I don't actually play Elite Dangerous that much. I own it. But it's been a while since I've gone into it. I really like Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, though, and I really like Rebel Galaxy. But anyways, there was actually something... Let me just get what Wolfenstein had asked a little bit clearer. So... this is a good question. What are the games that you consider legend and timeless? 100% for me, the Civilization series. I will quite possibly never get tired. I mean, almost everything that Firaxis makes, I feel like I'm always impressed by. But Civilization, it is very hard, especially like playing a session to the end. It is very hard for me not to feel an incredible, like just an incredible contentment at the end of a Civilization session. It's almost hard to describe. But that game is a major touchstone of my, kind of my gaming life, and it is one that I really think is an incredible achievement as a game. Now that's obviously very different from what I think you might have expected on an answer for that. One thing, so I don't know how I can go in terms of timeless on this, but I'm actually going to say something that surprised me a bit. One of my reasons for doing the Elder Scrolls series that I do every Tuesday is that the only Elder Scrolls I'd really played was some Skyrim. I don't know how many hours it was, but I bounced off of Skyrim, which obviously people continue to buy and rebuy on just about every console imaginable. I know very few people who, do not enjoy that game, and I wanted to know exactly what I was missing, because I found that game really hard to get into. I was annoyed by how I felt that I was on a treadmill of quests constantly. I thought it was really weird that, it seemed like the world was ending, yet everybody was asking me to, deliver their mail. And yet, so many people, including some game designers who I know, whose opinions I really respect, had this intense love of pretty much everything Bethesda, but definitely... Am I missing something on the parking spot here? There we go. They really, really like the Elder Scrolls games. And so I eventually decided that I would try Arena, and I would see... It'd be the rodeo. I'd see how long I could stay on Arena. I actually really enjoyed Arena, and more importantly, Arena was the key to unlock what I enjoyed about the... I think I know what's going to be coming up on here, so I'm going to wait a little bit before I talk with Sanjoy Han. I also think my order might be here. So it wouldn't be a terrible time for me. Oh, God. My battery's really low. But yeah, the thing about it is that there were discounts for certain weapons in the game. And what I would do is I would actually find myself wanting to stay near a city because I knew a holiday was coming up and I would be getting some discounts on some good gear. And that would mean I would go to the inn and I would try and find a small quest that would keep me close to the city so that I could kind of make sure that I would, I wouldn't be losing too much. And that sort of, at that point, I suddenly kind of, I got it. I suddenly understood what it was to play an Elder Scrolls game and why people like that series, and sort of I was able to reconcile the things that I'd found difficult to get into on Skyrim. And as part of that series, I've played. So if you go on YouTube, there's a playlist of me playing Elder Scrolls Arena start to finish, Daggerfall start to finish, Morrowind start to finish, and now I'm on Oblivion. And I'm actually enjoying Oblivion the most so far. I think Morrowind, I can definitely see why that's a really special game for a lot of people. There were a couple things that maybe frustrated me a little bit. If I I could do without the cliff racers. I think everybody thinks that, though. But that is a series that has really grown on me, and I think is living up to its reputation. I do know people. From what I understand, Oblivion is not the favorite, but I might utter heresies and say I'm actually enjoying it a little bit more than Oblivion. Oblivion a little bit more than Morrowind. But one way or the other, that is one that I think is getting close to that standard for me. What Civilization? The Classics for its best Civ ever. I really like 6. I think the series has continued to get better. But I will let you all discuss those heresies amongst yourselves. I'm really sorry to do this. I am going to grab my sushi. I should have organized the stream a little bit better. I am going to try running ads because I still want to do these experiments. So I hope, even though I run ads, that none of you will see the ads. And that is because you're going to get up, get a glass of water, stretch, otherwise not look at what's happening on the Twitch platform. This is largely to try and minimize the number of people who get hit by pre-roll ad. But I appreciate that there's been a little bit less activity on the game than what I was wanting. So my commitment to you is now that I don't have the food thing hanging over my head, I'm going to put some solid time into the main story, or at least the quests that I want to do. If you need, if you want to continue the conversations that we've been having, that's fine. But my goal for today was definitely to deliver on a little more progress in the game. And now that there's a clearly defined sort of breaking point, I'm going to start getting a bit more done. So I'm going to get my food. There will be 1 minute of ads for those of you who are not subbed. If you have an ad blocker, please let me know if those work, because I'd love to be able to recommend a good ad blocker for people. And for the rest of you, I'll see you all in a little bit less, maybe a little bit more than a minute. Okay, I'm really sorry about that. This food tastes so unimaginably good. I want to cancel the stream. But had a couple pieces and yeah, that's the stuff. But we're ready to go. But yeah, so I know Civ 4 is the one that Soren Johnson worked on. Soren Johnson actually just released into the full version his latest foray into 4X, obviously through his company, Mohawk Games, which has a really good economic RTS called Off-World Trading Company. But in this case, it's a game called Old World. So if you want to know what sort of a very well-known 4X designer does to sort of reinvigorate the genre, Old World's a really great game to check out for that. All right. I do not want to talk to Timson again. There we go.
Rania, you found us the supplies we need. How resourceful.
Resourceful? I rooted around in trash.
And got me what I need. The results are all that matter.
So...
How would you like to pilot a completely unique hover?
A modular kit. That's what Timson is working on, right?
Indeed. It is all I need to complete my grand plan. A modular hover with 1,000 configurations.
I'm interested. What do you need?
I need to know that you're the fastest.
I am the fastest.
Well, I need you to prove that. You're not the only driver that's helping me. You're not even the only one from Cloudpunk. There are a lot of people interested in the modular hover. I'll set a race.
A race? Let's do it.
I am not ready. You did not ask if I am ready.
Now or never, Camus.
Very good. Get to Nihon Minoris. There are many skilled drivers you must defeat. I wish you good luck, Rania.
All right, on my way.
Okay. So, I kind of thought that this might be the part that unlocks the races, which is one of the things that's described in the City of Ghosts kind of ad copy on Steam. Oh yeah, we're racing for sure.
Is this necessary? Do we need a modular hover so much?
It's just some fun, Camus.
If it is fun, why are you not smiling?
Sometimes fun is serious.
This is a competition. When you get like this, you do not listen to me. It is like this with the new control. She always wants to win too.
Sometimes you have to take a shot at something, Camus.
When we came to Nivalis, you said we are to keep our heads down.
We are keeping our heads down.
Okay. I look forward to keeping our heads down as we race across the city.
Like I said, I do really like the writing in this game. I hope that comes across very clearly. You know, I don't like being too fawning of stuff. I like, you know, I really like being in love with games. I really like kind of wrapping myself up in you know, becoming a fan of something. You know, obviously that's happened with Brace Yourself Games and the Industries of Titan streams. But like I obviously you want that to come from a place of you want that to be genuine, right? You want that to be something that is true. And obviously, like, loving something about a game doesn't mean that you ignore the flaws. So, you know, in many times, if ever I've talked about some of the dialogue that doesn't work for me in this game, it's usually just because I think it's a strength of Cloudpunk's. And when it misses the mark, it kind of makes it, for me at least, it's maybe a little bit more noticeable. That's the real shame, right? Like, if you get a reputation for excellence and the result is something less, all of a sudden, you know, like it's more noticeable, which is probably not very fair. Sorry, I just got a ban. I think this robot may be doubtful of my skill. Yeah, well, okay. This will be fun. Let me see if I can pull this off. I'm just doing something shit. I'm just doing something. Ah, crap. Alright, sorry, I gotta do this on, I gotta do this in the browser. I don't use this feature very often on stream, but, I know some of you are, sitting on some system stock, so let's have some fun with it, shall we? Okay. This interface is a bit of a pain. Why? Does anybody know how the prediction system in Twitch works? Because it doesn't seem to be letting me change the...
Safeguard immunizations. Everything your baby's body needs.
It doesn't seem to be letting me change the actual description of what's going to happen. I'm not gonna spend too much more time on this if it's gonna kill the... It's gonna kill the stream, but... Yeah, so Wolfenstein, we looked at this up. Apparently, at least in an early version of Cloudpunk, and I'm gonna guess that they probably stuck through it, it looks like they're using Magic of Voxel as well. So obviously different artists, but it's really cool that this art style is... I mean, Magic of Voxel is a free tool, right? So it's really cool that people are embracing this tool and making such great work out of it. Okay. What does the Oracle of Google have to say? Please stop directing me to Gmail. Okay, here's the deal. I'm gonna do this start prediction button. I'm also gonna write this in chat. Okay, so there is a prediction that I'm going to put out. This is purely for fun, but you can use channel points on it. So I want to make sure that everybody is very clear about how this is going to work, because I think oh, you know what probably happened? No, actually, I bet I know what. There we go. Never mind. Don't worry about what I just said here. That's gonna have the right. It's gonna have the right right name. You don't need to worry about that. We're gonna make let's give this a 1 minute submission period starting. Okay, so I'll just let everybody know what's gonna happen. This is a feature of Twitch, so you can use your channel points to bet on the outcome. I'm going to start the prediction. I'm not going to start the race until the predictions are in. It'll be yes to win the race, no to for not winning the next race. Again, this is purely for fun, but I am going to, regardless of what happens, I am going to honor the winner of the actual result. So keep in mind, if you do put the channel points towards it, you can lose them. They'll go to the ones who voted the right one. So 1 minute starting now. I will have to confirm it after it happens, but I'm not going to start the race until the bets are in. But you should be able to use your channel points. Obviously, there has to be a, there has to be a, there has to be two sides to the bet. So it may be that people, oh wow, there's people putting in quite a bit. I know which side I would be picking right now. Actually, you know what? Now's a really good time for me to eat this delicious food, so. Oh, my chopsticks.
Morgana's newest palette features 4 mattes, 2 ultra brights, and an iridescent topper, all programmable from our Morgana palette console, sold separately, available today.
Okay. Looks like the bets are in. Yeah, you'll notice that there's a few, there's some icons by your name to show who you're voting for. So anybody with the little red, everybody with the little red sign beside your name, I hope you're ready to lose your money.
Drivers, you are all dear to my heart, so please try not to kill each other in pursuit of the prize tonight. Good luck!
I have no idea how these races work, by the way.
Just have that hava ready for me, Sunjoy.
Dude! Oh no! Oh, you know what? My damage is forcing me to be slow. I'm sorry, all of you who were betting on my loss. We just got crushed. My best bet now is to just try and find a garage. I did not appreciate the demolition derby would kill the speed like this. Oh god, that isn't even on the map that I'm seeing the Oh, this is so bad. Oh, and the game tabbed out. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna...
Shit. I still think we can try again, Camus.
So, fair Fair is fair. The no's have it. So I am going to try again. We'll do another... We'll do another run of this, but clearly I need to find a garage. This game. I think one thing that would make that a little more less frustrating is if the other vehicles suffered damage the way that you do. Bottom right corner, Captain Sergey, just on the just above the mini-map. So I'm curious what it takes to repair from 0. 500, wow. Okay, so we learned an important relationship, which is the speed of the Hava relative to its health. But I will confess, I think these races are going to be a lot more challenging than I had originally anticipated. So, you all saw how it went. Oh my God, what's happening? Okay. You all saw how it went last time. So, 1 minute submission period. Gentlemen and ladies, place your bets. Oh, damn it. Okay, I'm sorry. The prediction... Sorry, let me... I think I might have to cancel this. Okay, everybody's getting their points returned. There was a mistake here. So it didn't say the right description. So now we're back. Nobody lost points on that. That was just a deleted prediction. 1 minute. Will I win the next race? You should be able to do the bets that you did before, but I just wanted to... The thing is, like, if there's going to be points that are, like, gained and lost, I want to make sure that it's completely unambiguous in terms of the results. There's obviously no missiles in Cloudpunk, but... And we'll start the race as soon as the timer's done. I just don't want to... I don't want to give people an advantage by being able to see the race. All right. Let's see Let's see if I betray you all again. That should have been my moment. What the hell? Oh god, this game frustrates me sometimes. I cannot explain why my car just bounced up like that. I don't even think I had that problem in the original Cloudpunk 2. It seems in the one where they had the races, suddenly these frustrating jumps happen. This game. Okay, that's just mean. Alright, still second place, and I did say win. 3-second difference. Oh wait, no, I can't try again because I don't have fuel and I don't have my full damage. But man, even on a race where I did relatively better, we're still at half health. Alright, so my apologies to the people who had faith in me before. Yeah, at least we're finishing the race this time. I'm trying to find out how I feel about these races. I think they're a good idea. It's arguably the first time I've genuinely been frustrated with Cloudpunk, though. And this also seems like a really expensive subplot. So while I'm on my way to refuel, if I were to do another, you know what? I should probably have gotten my fuel and then my repairs, because there's definitely going to be some more digs that I get on the way. Would there be enough support for me to do a win? For me to do it, or there's another one that I can do, which is I could change it to a top 3 placement. Although, admittedly, I did get 2 last time, so. I don't think people are losing as much as you think they are, Wolfenstein. There's an art to. There's definitely an art to Twitch betting. I don't want to bias the results in a certain way, so I'm keeping it under my hat. But I think some of you have actually made, at least based on what I've seen, there are some fairly shrewd bets that some people have made, for sure. Okay. We'll let the market decide. We'll make this I think it'll probably take me 2 minutes. I'm just gonna get a bite of food before I do this. Oh yeah, I gotta repair first. So you can see I'm taking no chances with my repairs. Yeah, just to be clear, I have not redefined winner in this case. I would change the definition, so we're using same definition as last time. First position, I believe nobody wanted to take the other side of the bet, so I don't think any channel points are gonna change hands. But let's see how it would have turned out, one way or the other. already think this is crap. Obviously, anything that doesn't let me win is crap. We're at half health already, so this is going to be a particularly challenging run to maintain our lead. Oh god, not again! I ruined it! Oh god, why? I wasn't looking at the mini-map. Ah, this is so frustrating. There's got to be something about taking the most annoying part of the original Cloudpunk, which was just randomly getting hit by people behind you when you were entering an area, and turning that into something that regularly happens in a race where you have, like, something at stake in the end. That really rubs me the wrong way on this. I like how, like, invested in it I am, for sure. But I'm really sort of... Like, I'm not very good at racing games to begin with. So running into an experience like this is something that's really primed to set me off. Gotta do a hard left here. Well, not a hard left, but... Alright, Harvey Keitel's pulling ahead, but we're not out of it yet. Okay, that's crap. Close to the end, but I'm really damaged, so... Oh, thank God.
You were first. There was never any doubt.
Yeah, right.
Congratulations. Even by my standards, that was fast. Come back to the cove. Your reward awaits.
There are no winners here. Alright, so, the yeses have it. However, nobody wanted to take the other side. So I believe Wolfenstein has been rewarded for their faith.
You were wrong.
With the money that they bet.
I did not say we would not win. I said we should not try.
Well, we did try, and it was worth it.
Yes, but will he care if we won? He just wants something from us.
Let's just get this modular Hava thing you talked about. You'll change your mind when we get that.
Maybe.
So I definitely want to experience everything that Cloudpunk has to offer. I'm glad that I got through it at the end, but I'll be honest with you, so the way the damage works, the way the driving is, at least in my experience of it, this might be because I'm playing mouse and keyboard, so I want to be a little careful on my, you know, on griping about it. I think racing is extremely expensive, and... like, the fact that one of those races I was at least put behind, if not lost, because of that sudden, like, that sudden jump up, that's kind of a hard pill to swallow. So, I don't know. I'd put it to you this way, like, if the only thing that was added in City of Ghosts was the racing, I'd be kind of mad at this DLC. As it is, I think it's fair to say this is the only addition to City of Ghosts that I've not unambiguously thought was like I was super enthusiastic about. And this might just be a statement on my you know, my own preferences or my own abilities. It's like we used to be, I think, over 2,000. By the end of the racing section here, we're going to be less than 1,000. Which, I don't know, like, I'm not really sure how I feel about that. Yeah, sorry, Wolfenstein. I appreciate you being the one who showed the faith. Although, thank you to all of you for participating in those polls, because, or not polls, those predictions, because normally there aren't people on both sides, and so they tend not to be worth anything. That's the sort of stuff I'm talking about. I guess technically there I could have moved, but that was something that irked me in the original game. You get dinged for damage, but there was coming into regions you. Like again, I gotta be careful in terms of how vicious I am in that criticism, because it's also really clear that I'm not a very good driver in this game. So I don't want to blame it for stuff that I probably would have. Okay, so that is a perfect example of unintentional damage. There's like 1/8 of my bar that's gone from something that was definitely not an intentional action on my part. I think maybe remapping. Can I do that actually? No, sadly I cannot. So it says double tap the space bar. Now, I'm just holding the space bar, but that's definitely resulted in a couple of bounces. Anyway, I need to be a little more positive on the game. Let's see what this modular Hava is, and more importantly, let's go on to the Hollows. Stopping by to pick up food on our way.
Sunjoy, I'm here. So, looks like I was fastest after all, huh?
Yeah, sure, Rania. Well done.
Everything okay? You seem a bit distracted.
I'll be leaving soon, Rania. My grand plan will be on hold for a while.
Where are you going? Do I still get the modular Hava?
You being sentimental over my departure is truly touching.
Sorry, Sunjoy. Can I do anything?
Actually, you can.
Ah.
I've been pursued far and wide across the city by the corps, bounty hunters, rivals, and jealous former lovers, and the net closes in. I have many enemies, Rania, and fewer friends than you might think.
You must be short of friends if you're asking me for help. What do you need?
Passage out of Novalis. I'm going to Sangha.
Is that past Midtown?
It is beyond Novalis. Sangha is another city.
Are there other cities?
Cora told you there are.
I don't know anything for sure. How can you be so certain?
I was born in Sangha. I came here in my teens. Getting back home will not be easy. There is no train that takes you there. No grav chute that stops at Sangha. The journey will be long. It would be easier to escape to the moon.
So why don't you go there instead?
If you think CorpSec is unassailable here, Luna would make you realize how lucky we are. How free.
I'm not driving you to Shanghai or the moon.
Get me to the metro hub, that is all I ask.
All right.
What about the modular Hava? Sorry, I'm just gonna take a bite and then move on.
So, you are the one who stole me.
Your dog is laboring under a misapprehension.
My dog is correct. He used to be a car, and you used to be a car thief.
I do apologize, Mr.
Camus. Camus the dog.
Well, Camus, you'll be glad to hear I'll not be stealing any more hovers for a while. I'm going home.
Sanjoy is heading to another city, Camus.
Other cities are real? This is exciting. Is it nice there? Is there still CorpSec? Are people allowed to do what they want? Are there parks?
Yes, they are real. Yes, it is nice. There is no CorpSec, but we have our own problems. People are both more and less free. And what was the last question?
Parks.
Oh yes, there are parks, Camus the dog. Wonderful gardens filled with cherry blossoms.
Wow. Reminds me of UBC.
I would like to go.
The journey is not easy. I might not survive, even with all the... help and resources at my disposal.
You really have no other choice?
Staying here would mean my end. I am not ready for this adventure to be over.
Okay, so we'll drop off Sanjoy and then we're going to check out the Hollows at the very least. I'm a little conscious of the amount of time I've spent on the game, but I also might go a little bit late tonight. I know I had a later start, so I can't go too late. But we'll see where we're at in terms of the story, and then we'll be able to make a determination there. At least I got to try the racing. I was wondering when that was going to show up. Actually, you know what? I think I might know why I was crabbier about the racing. I was just thinking on this. It's the fact that I spent so much time looking for those fibers, and that was the result. I think that's what set me off a little bit more. But we'll see. I mean, hopefully we get to try it again so that maybe there's some nuances that I missed. But for now, I'm going to enjoy going back to more traditional Cloudpunk duties. Okay, so that's... I didn't even have my hand on the spacebar there, so I think you get to a certain point and the game's physics just go out the window. Okay.
Goodbye, Rania. Check in on Timson for me. He'll give you what I promised you. And he needs something to keep him busy. Ask him for help anytime.
I will. I'm sad to see you go, Sanjoy.
I am indifferent.
Well, I am sad to say goodbye to both of you.
The grand plan. Was it really just about stealing Havas?
That was only the first part, Rania. The rest? Well, maybe I'll come back to show you one day.
I look forward to it.
I do not care.
Chemis. Sorry, Sunjoy.
Do not think about it for a moment. I shall see you both, here or there. Goodbye.
Okay, so I think it's been a while since we've been in this area. Let's try and find some food. Looks like we've pretty much stripped the place of any items. But especially given my limited resources, I'm going to buy what I can from the shops. We'll stop by Timson, and then I pretty much have to go to the Hollows, otherwise I'm not going to have any money left.
Welcome to my humble restaurant in the rain. What can I get you?
Thank you.
Don't let all the rain get you down. See you again soon.
Oh, actually, it occurred to me I also have a bunch of stuff in my inventory that I can sell too. So it's not quite as dire as I'm making it out to be. I'm heading to the wrong side. Actually, if you'll just give me a second, I want to crack open a window. It's a little hot in here. There we are. Ooh, I don't know if it's been raining out, but there's a really nice breeze.
Here's what I can offer you today.
All right, so we've already got
Thanks.
these.
I look forward to seeing you again.
What I might do is sell some of the surplus, like any food that's left over after the meeting with Whole Pie and Small Slice. I might try and find a vendor to sell the extra food from, because honestly, the way that I'm at right now, I'm not really sure the ability to walk faster outweighs my ability to get fuel for the Hova. And I'm assuming there's probably something in the game to help help out with the like if you have 0 credits and no fuel. I'm assuming that there's probably some, like the way I imagine that it would be done is that Cloudpunk has sort of like a special condition in the contract where if they help you out with fuel, you have some, you know, exorbitant price, or there's like some sort of debt that you incur or something like that. So I'm trying to avoid that. But let's go to Timson first, and then we can head to the Hollows and see what's going on. And then maybe, if at all possible, we can focus on some income-generating activities. Let's go for a fancy trip in between buildings. Close to seeing what happens with no money and no fuel. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid. Alright, that's really annoying. I could have refueled there. We'll wait till the game warns me. I guess there's also some improvements to my vehicle I can sell off now that I think of it, so... But of course, depending on where that happens... Wasn't even going the right way. If I just kept going forward, I would have been fine. Yeah, like obviously if I'm in a spot where I can sell parts, I'll be fine. And if I'm in a spot where, you know, if I'm in a spot where there's, you know, like the closest garage is across the map and my Hova slows down to a crawl, that's going to be a really long time. Anyway, try and get to Timson on our current fuel reserves, and then we'll fill up on our way back. Yeah. Please let me park. There we go.
So he's really gone, huh?
He's really gone. You gonna be okay?
He left me everything. All the Hovas, the modular system, the cove. At least until CorpSec finds it and closes us down. And I believe this is for you. You can use it at any garage in town.
Oh my god.
See ya, Rania.
What is this? I don't know if that's a I'm upset, oh my god, or a... A matrix of Hova configuration options at my fingertips. I want to try them all. Okay, cool. Oh, I was wondering when this would happen. All right, I am in a good mood now. Oh, but it costs money. It would be very on brand for me to put the last of my money into these improvements. Perfect. I still have no idea how to get the items that are apparently up somewhere here. Oh, hang on. Mystery solved. We never need to come back here again. So it's a bit of a coin toss to see if we'll see whole pie and small slice first. I have a feeling, given the fact that it's 50 credits for each food item, it's probably not worth the fuel to visit them right away. So that's...
Control is calling. Control is calling. Control is calling.
Just put her through.
Hey, Rania. You know Emmett, right?
Emmett needs something delivered?
Not exactly. You happen to stumble upon any street races in Navalis?
A few have flown by. But I know to avoid them.
Right. But say for argument's sake, I knew that was a lie.
So maybe I've taken part in one race. So what?
So what if you took part in one more? As a favor. No obligation.
This is a really bad idea. The worst idea for quite some time.
Camus, maybe some more details, Control?
Emmett has all the details. All I need to know from you is whether you're as fast as you think you are.
You goading me, Control?
Will it work?
No.
Maybe. I'll think about it. Driver 14FC out.
Okay, so as interested as I am in this, we need to be in a much better financial position to even consider doing another race. Because I have a feeling it's not going to be any nicer. For a future one. We're probably not going to get a full tank, but let's see how far we get. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. Okay, got a bit of a journey ahead of us, it looks like. I'm trying to avoid the urge to check the map every time I go into a new area, because I definitely remember a lot of the fun was discovering the city just through driving. This is another thing I really like about the DLC is they've definitely taken the opportunity to like show off some really nice cinematic shots of Navalis. If you really want to keep... So I also think it's an appropriate choice because I think in the original game you only follow Rania, and I think it makes a lot of sense to just keep her perspective and keep going.
What the hell?
I have found you. Stop your hover. You are a debt fugitive. You can never escape what you owe.
We'll see.
I won't stop. Running is pointless.
You can't beat me this way. Anywhere else, on the street, with a gun, on foot, you could take me. But in a Hava, this is where I win. This is where I stop you for good. Chased me all the way from home. For what? To die in these ancient ruins?
No one escapes their past.
You're not my past. You're just a machine.
doing a decent job of digging me. This is a really neat... Okay, so this I actually like quite a bit more than the race. First of all, like, this is a great moment. This completely makes sense to have a lot of damage and a sense of danger in your vehicle. Like, getting bumped by the android. Oh god, like, this is... I have no idea how I'm getting out of it, but... yeah, this is my reaction to this is night and day different to the race.
I have killed so many to catch up to you.
No more.
Although getting caught on that side has definitely hurt me, especially given my... that is one case where the physics weirdness actually helped me out. Yeah, the only catch is that this is happening at a bad time for my pocketbook. Ugh! I think we're gonna die here.
This is the end of the chase.
You won't catch us. No one catches us.
I wouldn't be so sure on that, Camus. I'm already gonna be crawling. Yeah.
Rania, do you copy?
All right, let's try that again.
You chased me all the way from home. For what? To die in these ancient ruins?
No one escapes their past.
You're not my past. You're just a machine.
It was probably not worth it trying to go in that really narrow area.
I have killed so many to catch up to you.
No more.
Oof, still a lot of damage I'm taking though.
This is the end of the chase.
You won't catch us. No one catches us.
I've got a little more health than we did last time, but I'm still in a lot of trouble. It's the rams that just demolish my my health. This is gonna get a little scary. Yeah, so I'm gonna start slowing down.
I always tell you to be careful.
Yeah?
It is because you are too fast for me. And for anyone. You can do this.
Yeah, not with the speed the AI has. The one thing I'm not clear on here is if I'm actually supposed to be going somewhere.
She's gone.
Are we free?
From the debt corpse? No. But at least we're free from that one crazy bitch.
Okay, well, that's the last of my money. Let's go.
Are you sure about this? The chorus might be here already.
Chorus said I would know what to do, but I have no idea. I can't stop thinking of this place, where she talked to us before. I have to imagine she has a plan for us. Here.
The chorus are terrible. There's so many. How could we fight them?
We can't, Camus. All we can do is face them.
Good of you to join us, little rabbit. I'm surprised you're able to walk. Does my creation not suck the air from your lungs? Pallid 4.0 should have finished you off by now.
I had some help from a friend.
A friend? Rubric wouldn't know what those are.
I remember you. You're the historian.
The chorus recruits widely from Nivali society. If they are to track down knowledge from an ancient goddess of technology, they surely need a historian. And for my part, well, all the best knowledge is forbidden. Wouldn't you say?
Why can't you all just leave her alone? You're vultures.
We are the fingers in the pies, Rania. If you're looking for the people who leave things alone, you've come to the wrong secret meeting.
I'd really rather not be here at all.
And yet you are welcome to watch, as long as you do not get in the way.
I recognize you, too. You're the owner of Curzona.
Not quite. My father owns the Corp, and when he is gone, hopefully rather soon, I shall inherit it.
I've seen you on the news vids. You really taught those union leaders a lesson, huh?
When you get caught in the gears of commerce, you better expect to get crushed. Now try to keep quiet while the adults are talking, dear. Best not to draw too much attention to yourself in front of the men with the big phase rifles.
We should keep the girl safe in case we need her knowledge. I still do not know how to make the terminal share its secrets.
No need. We have plumbed the depths of Rania's knowledge, and she has no idea what is happening here. I will access the terminal. It requires my skills. I'll be the first to commune with the embryo.
We shall attend you closely when you do, Rubric. Your viruses and your virtual plagues contribute to our coffers, but it's the algorithm we must feed. This new knowledge source will push our predictions beyond the business realm into the political, social, and even philosophical. Through the embryo, we will find new ways to live, work, exist, and eventually transcend this whole miserable existence.
If it's so miserable here in Nivalis, it's because of you people.
We're all tiny parts of a rumbling, unstoppable machine, Rania. You can only change that machine's course when you're in the driver's seat.
The algorithm is the only thing that prevents the Erasera. Only by feeding the algorithm with data can we hope to predict where and when our doom will fall. We need the embryo's knowledge if we are to avoid the same mistakes that have crushed every previous incarnation of our species.
Professor, what if the things you are doing now are what cause the Erasera?
Well, that is not... Unless... Sasha, might I have a moment to converse with the dog? In private?
No. The chorus has maintained its position of prominence through our prescient algorithm, and we cannot afford to lose it. Who knows what malevolent force would take root in the vacuum if we were to lose control?
The people?
What optimism. It must be lovely in the Eastern Peninsula, but here in the real world, we cannot afford such naivety. Rubric, hack the terminal. Gather the information we need.
I'm in. This will work. The daemon has rooted out a path. This terminal connects to an ancient mainframe far below the waves.
Cora. She is real. Physical.
Her code is a mess. I couldn't untangle this if I worked for 1,000 years.
That is rather the point, Rubric. She is beyond human understanding. The embryo is not.
Did you infect Jenna with the virus?
Who?
What you see before you is the tip of the iceberg. The chorus has many agents. Even if the three of us were to disappear today, the chorus would endure. I struggle to keep up with all the members we attract, and all the loose ends we must sever.
He doesn't even remember all the people he kills? He is a monster.
Perhaps, but a necessary one.
I am patches on patches, upgrades on upgrades. I thrash at the bottom of the waves, and I do not recall what comes next.
We have her! I barely believed it could be true. We have caged a god.
Goddess. Or so I once was. I am a fragment now, a shard.
It is an honor to talk to you, Cora. We seek your offspring. We would safeguard the embryo. In exchange, we would ask only for a share of her knowledge.
I am glad the messenger is here to witness this moment.
Is that me? Am I the messenger?
I wanted to say goodbye.
I'm sorry I couldn't stop them, Cora.
Time. It is always about time.
What do you mean?
The currency of existence. Time. I spend what I have left to give more of it to my daughter. To push her out of your reach.
Rubric, she is stalling. Find her daughter. Compel her to tell us where she is.
I almost have control of her root code. Just a moment more.
Rania, I once asked you if this city was full of monsters.
I remember, Cora.
I was wrong. We were both wrong. Nivalis is not a city of monsters. It is a city of ghosts.
I have her now, Sasha. Command her. She cannot deny our requests.
Cora, we need to know how to contact your daughter. Tell us.
Here. And I have always been.
Here? That is most convenient. We thought we must pursue you to another city.
I have evolved beyond physical space, beyond conventional storage and data. I am light, electricity, and life.
Rubric, are we too...
You need not worry. I shall share everything you desire to know, and more, filtered through a prism, 1 billion photons into the window of your soul. Blue light, cold knowledge, crystalline logic, sharp enough to file down the corners of your consciousness. Your mind will become as smooth as a pebble in running water, and as dead.
We are in peril.
We must look away, but I cannot.
I must see. I have to know the answers. It hurts.
I can't close my eyes.
It can't be. I didn't know.
For those of you wondering why we weren't affected by this, I'm assuming it's related to surviving Rubric's
Are you
virus.
okay?
Fine. I mean, totally fine.
Are they all...
They're alive. They're breathing, I think. To be honest, Camus, I don't much care. As long as Orma is safe.
She didn't seem to need our help.
I guess
Excuse
not.
me.
Maybe we bought her the time she needed to escape them.
I hope they all have a very bad time.
I think you'll get your wish, Camus. Whatever Orma did to them, I don't think it's reversible.
Should we call for help?
Maybe. Or how about we go to the park instead?
The park? I choose the park.
I would.
I am still not sure what just happened.
That's going to explain it to
Me
us,
neither,
isn't it?
Camus.
Okay.
But the more I think about it, the more it makes sense.
They were too late.
I think so. And when Orma shared her knowledge, it was too much for them.
The blue lights.
I didn't see them. Maybe that was all part of Cora's plan.
Are you religious now? When you talk about Cora's plan, you sound like one of those people who say they have faith in something. Do you believe in God?
Goddess. And just that one. But I think when you see a god as directly as we did, you don't need faith anymore. You have proof, and that kind of makes the faith disappear.
Like a shadow when the sun comes up.
Right. Let's get the fuck out of here.
I'm intrigued. I'm actually really curious what happens to the chorus sort of quest line. As they said, it's...
What now?
This Hava is a mess. We should clean it out. Ugh, it stinks too.
I hope Morpho and Hayes are okay.
Let's find out. Hey, Jen, put me through to Control if she's free.
My pleasure, Rania.
Hey, you finished your personal business, 14FC?
I sure did, Control.
I ain't even gonna ask what happened. You're alive. That means, as far as I'm concerned, I'll see you back at work tomorrow.
I'm sorry I didn't finish the shift. Did we beat Creddy?
Nah.
Damn.
Forget about it, Rania. I'll make him go double or quits tomorrow. And I know you're gonna help me beat him.
Can do, boss. See you tomorrow.
Get some sleep. I'll need you sharp. Good night, Rania.
Copy, Control. This is 14FC, clocking off.
Maybe we're gonna go on to Hayes next? Oh, I gotta turn around for the park.
We are getting a call. It is Hayes.
Put him through?
So hey, they killed him. They fucking killed him.
Did you send me a nav point? Are you drunk?
So very.
Are you okay?
As okay as I sound.
Hayes, I am sorry about Morpho. He was a good robot.
He was an asshole. Less of an asshole than me. I ran off and left him, you know? When that mad android assassin came for us, I bolted. Didn't even warn him. And even after I did that, he didn't roll over on me. He was gonna let me go. I just know it. No way would he arrest me, I'm sure of it.
You still have debts, right?
Who doesn't?
But I mean, you have to clear those debts fast. By morning?
Sure, but don't worry about that. I have a plan.
Which is?
Maybe start another business. I've done it once before. I can do it again.
Didn't peg you for an entrepreneur, Hayes.
Sure. Built my company from the ground up. Even named it after myself.
You called your company Hayes?
Nope.
Nah, I used my nickname. But I fucked it all up. Lost the business deeds in a poker game, obviously. But who's to say I can't do it all over again? Nivalis loves a comeback story.
Well, it was nice to meet you, Hayes. You seem like an interesting person, but maybe too interesting.
I'm the straw that stirs the drink, Camus. You two take care. Oh, one more thing. The nav point is to meet with Koga Bind at the swing park. I was supposed to go, but I think you should go in my place.
Sounds like a trap, Hayes.
Trust me, it will be worth it. Consider it a parting gift from me to you.
I wonder if this is the end.
Good night, Hayes.
We are not really going to meet Koga again, are we?
I want to see him one more time, face to face. If we're going to be forced to work for Curzona, I want to at least have the pleasure of telling him what happened to his boss tonight.
Welcome to my humble restaurant in the rain. What can I get you?
Thank you.
Don't let all the rain get you down. See you again soon.
I'm going to stop by that character we walked by first. And sorry, MC, I don't know if I said hello. Obviously, there's a lot of plot stuff that was happening there. But I'm always happy to see you stop by for Cloudpunk. It's one of those rare cases where somebody recommends a game that I thoroughly enjoyed. So it's always disappointing because obviously, it's unlikely I'll do a game a second time. I have done it in the past, but I have a lot on my plate. But it is always a nice little affirmation that somebody, somebody liked something enough to recommend it. That was something that I also thought was worth covering.
My friend, please stop and speak with me. I can offer you a drink for a moment of your time.
I'm not interested.
I have coffee. Real coffee.
That does smell good. Okay, depending on how hot the coffee is, you have 3 to 5 minutes. And go.
Might I ask, are you truly fulfilled by your work? Do you feel a yearning to achieve more? When others speak about their careers, do you feel embarrassed when you tell them what you do for a living?
I'm a delivery driver.
If you don't live your own plan, you'll live someone else's. That's the core lesson of Dr. Roberto's self-actualization program. You need a plan, Miss...
I'm Rania.
When it comes to your plan, Rania, you don't have to be a success at the start, but you have to start to be a success.
My plan is to survive another night, Dr. Roberto.
Rania, if you keep doing the same thing every night, you get the same reward every morning.
The only reward I get in the morning, Roberto, is I get to go to bed. I think your motivational program might be detached from the realities of Novalis life.
People who make good excuses make little else.
And people who speak in cliches should keep their wisdom to themselves. No one in Novalis needs your trite sound bites, Roberto.
My program is about much more than sound bites. It's about reprogramming your own reality.
I think Konima Industries have a neural implant for that.
Not literally. I'm speaking of a spiritual programming. We take the best lessons from entrepreneurial philosophy, business strategy, science, and corporate epistemology to create a personalized system that really works.
And that costs?
As little as 10,000 limbs a month. But you'll get that back in personal development within the year. Guaranteed. And any friends you recommend will bring down your monthly fee if you become a life coach self-actualization associate.
And what do I get for the 10,000 limbs?
This book.
And?
An official accreditation from the corporate leader of Dr. Roberto's Life Coach Self-Actualization Program. For a limited time, you can also purchase our discounted half-price Self-Actualization Basics package. We give you the information you need to get started, and you apply rhizomatics to uncover the underlying insights through your own directed meditation.
What now?
I rip the book in two and give you the first half, and you figure the rest out by yourself.
Well, I'll level with you, Roberto. You were right. The coffee was good. Best of luck with your program.
Thank you, Rania. I know you'll be back.
Would you say the program worked for you? I mean, is it helping you achieve your goals?
Yes. My goals are actualized and realistic. I dream big and I win big.
Well, trying to get 10,000 limbs a month sure is dreaming big.
Luck is for losers, Rania. We get what we chase.
That was fun. So here's again, this is not so much Cloudpunk related. I do kind of want to talk about what happened with Korra, but I'm a little curious to see if the other show drops a little bit later on before going into that. But MC did say something that kind of caught my attention, which is of course referring to queues, and I would actually really love to know what is sitting, let's say, in the top 5 of some of your gaming queues. Do any of you have something you're really looking forward to playing, something you're currently playing, something you recently got through that you were interested in? I'm intrigued. I can tell you a little bit about how I've been trying to work out the... sorry for the sneeze, by the way. I can try and tell you how I've been trying to work out that for myself, but I'd like to hear a little bit about what you've been playing lately.
Come visit us at Paperwitz Watch and Clock
sorry.
Shop. We have the finest tech in all Novalis.
Okay. We've got enough to make a good-looking car now.
Thanks, Mr. Witz.
As the MP3 said to the wave, adios.
Alright, you want to play Spider-Man Miles Morales when you could get a PS5 and the next expansion for Final Fantasy XIV. I'm assuming that's the MMO. Which I've not yet played, but I know a couple of people who are huge fans of it. I do encourage... that's not just directed at MC. I know there's a few of you inside the chat, so if you want to talk about your own queues, I'd love to hear them. For my own part, I actually noticed there's a bunch of stuff that's going out of EA Play, and I'm really interested in seeing what they... what they wind up doing. Because it seems to me that one of the strengths of EA Play, particularly the basic tier, the one that's about $5. Okay, we might be near the end, but let's make a fancy Let's make a fancy car. You know, it'd be really... Okay, it does... I guess it does direct the... Oh, that's right, we... Okay, while I'm working this out, so one of the things that I really liked about EA Play, and still like about EA Play, is it's got a really strong library of third-party titles. Now that I have an Xbox, I also rather like the Game Pass offerings. But as a whole, oh wow, there's okay, sorry. Let's do this based on. All right, I think I take too much damage for this to be like. I really want this, but I think this is decent. But still definitely a hit to protection. I don't know though. Let's try. I didn't realize there were some stats to mess around with. It's a very unusual look. So what if I went for something like completely smooth? Obviously the smooth won't work. But yeah. The third-party offerings were really attractive for EA Play, so that was my original reason for getting it. I went for the Pro because I actually quite like EA games. But trying to decide if I like... I think I like this look. Okay, let's do our best with... Ooh. I definitely like the feeling of this one. I just don't really want... I really do not want to see what happens when I bang into something. But yeah, so again, third-party titles I think are really make that a really attractive offering, and then because I happen to like the EA games, it's, you know, I don't mind paying up for the Pro version because I think, you know, I think it's a reasonably good value if you like playing the latest EA stuff. I actually originally got it for Anthem, and I've been pretty happy with it, even though obviously I'm sorry to see the you know, the game not reach its full potential. But what I have noticed is that there's a bunch of these third-party titles are leaving, and I'm not really sure there's a whole lot that's been added. So I'm wondering if the third-party titles were to sort of seed the program while EA was sort of building out its catalog with things like the EA Originals and the, just their, some of their...
Are you sure about this? He is still very dangerous.
If I've learned one thing tonight, it's that facing my problems is better than running. Eventually, they always catch up.
You take too many risks.
Believe it or not, I've got a plan this time. And I'm having a little more faith that my friends will be there when I need them.
I am always there.
I know, Camus. I know.
But yeah, so I've been queuing up a bunch of stuff that is getting ready to leave EA Play. The first one for that was A Plague Tale: Innocence, which, again, started off pretty strong, but I definitely think wore out its welcome. Next one is Vampire, so apparently I'm just all about the focus games right now. And then every once in a while there'll be just something that I kind of want to check out. So I'm also interested in the Sinking City, but that one isn't currently on its way out of EA Play. So I just kind of queued up a bunch of stuff that was on its way out, and I'll be working through that first.
Rania, I expected Hayes, but you'll do. Besides, I heard a rumor.
About Hayes? What happened to him?
It was messy. Good riddance.
Why are you like this?
It's my job.
Being an asshole isn't a career path.
It is in Nivales.
Look, whatever grudge you had against Hayes, well, it's over. I can assure you, whatever special knowledge you think I have is useless now, too. I'm just a pretty okay delivery driver who will probably wake up with PTSD and the shakes tomorrow. Am I worth all this effort?
To make people realize they can't disrespect Curzona and they can't disrespect me, yes. Yes, that's worth the effort.
Hey, come here a minute.
Excuse me?
We want to talk to you. What are you doing here, Corpo? This is our swing park, and without Cloudpunk, we wouldn't have nothing for the kids to play on. This guy bothering you, Cloudpunk?
No.
Yes.
You think we're too good to straight up murder fools? Not if they're corpos. Get him, Razor.
Wait, you can't do this. Do you know who I am?
Yeah, we sure do, Corpo. You get yourself out of here, Cloudpunk. You don't want to see this. Gonna get really messy. Yeah, you tell him, Razor. Property is theft, so when we peels off your skin, we ain't gonna keep it. We'll hang it on the billboards as a warning, like. Hayes was good people, Corpo. He was into some real hardcore shit. He helped us paint the dinosaur mural on the teeter-totter.
I'll leave you with your new friends, Koga.
Wait! Rania, wait!
They're apparently just gonna let him go then.
I wonder if they will really peel off his skin.
As long as I don't have to see it. Hey, Camus, I'm sorry about your new friend, Hayes. He seemed decent.
I'm not sure about that, but he tried.
We should get back to Evelyn and Pashta. I hope they're okay.
All is well. I have been checking in with them periodically.
You have? You really are firing on all cylinders tonight.
I don't have cylinders. I am a dog.
I mean, you've been doing great. I'm glad I brought you along.
I am glad too.
Here's what I can offer you today.
I can't remember if I checked this one already. Right.
Thanks.
I look forward to seeing you again.
I'm gonna go through the... Oh, actually, looks like there's something...
Hey, Jen, do you have any information on file about Hayes?
Cloudpunk Driver 13? Affirmative. What do you need to know?
I'm kind of curious. He mentioned a nickname. Do you know what it was?
Affirmative. Hayes was known as the Cloudpunk.
Huh. How about that?
So I'm pretty sure they hinted already that he was the founder of Cloudpunk. Interesting. Yeah, I'm really trying to find out whether or not this is the end. Because if it is, then we just wound up in a situation where we unlocked like street races and a bunch of other things right at the end of the game. Which, fair enough. But obviously I wanted to try and be a little bit better at seeing what the game had to offer.
Welcome to my humble restaurant in the rain. What can I get you?
Thank you.
Don't let all the rain get you down. See you again soon.
Okay, so that wasn't where... This might have been where there was the outbreak, maybe? So I don't think I have enough for whole pie and small slice, but let's at least go... Well, we'll go to the closest thing available, and we'll see what comes out of it. I get a lot better at driving if I want to do a fragile vehicle like this. I don't think I've ever been able to see this. Oh, all right. I don't think I've ever seen top down like this. This looks really nice.
Small slice! We almost got everything we need for our new invention. What should we combine first? Tacos and lobster?
A superlatively palatable addition. Did you know we are working on a machine to combine foods? A sustenance recombinator. We shall tell you more later.
Okay, so we're still 4 foods short, it looks like. I don't know if there's any merchants nearby. Nope. Not quite sure where I'd find the other 4. If there's more to do inside the game, we'll definitely look for it. But it's definitely not the sort of thing that I would stop going home over. I want to see what happens at home. I'll put it to you this way. So if we're actually at the end of this, I am not 100% sure about the ending of the Korra story. But the ride is really fun. But I also think one of the reasons I've been really hesitant to talk about it is that if you're going to close out, obviously there's going to be, you know, you want the game to have the last word. You don't want to sort of prejudge that sort of thing. So let's see where it sits. I'm assuming I can't sell food back to vendors, but...
Hey, nice to meet you, lady. What do you need?
Thanks for this.
Y'all come back. You hear?
I am beat. Should we go get Pashta?
She will still be sleeping.
You're right. I'll get her in the morning. Good night, Camus.
Are you asleep?
Not yet. What is it? Are you still scared of the dark? I told you, we can sleep with the lights on.
No, it is not that. Do you remember the Orma's flashing blue lights that made all the bad people lie down and go quiet?
I couldn't see them, Camus, remember?
Yes, but I could see them.
And?
I think I know everything.
Everything about...
Everything. The answers to all of life's deepest mysteries. All of Orma's insights, causality, theology.
I didn't see
time's
that
arrow,
coming.
the singularity, the Erasera, the purpose of life, where sentience comes from. Do you want to know too?
Maybe in the morning.
Okay. Good night. Morpho.
You need not stay.
Camus?
You need not stay. Every day that you do not leave is a choice.
Am I dreaming?
What I say is real. I am with you as my mother was. She made a mistake.
When she left the city?
No. When she left without you.
What do you mean?
Come with me.
Where?
To a new place, a new city, a new life. The city of dreams awaits.
What about Pashta and Camus?
Bring them. What else keeps you all here?
I don't want to quit. I like my job, I think. I want to help Control be cruddy tomorrow. I want to play flute more. Maybe teach music. I want to make a better life for Pashta than I had. Take Camus to the park. Damn, I even want to meet Ava for coffee. I mean, I get free dumplings here in Novalis.
You want to run? Run to me. It is your choice, Rania. So choose it.
Oh, neat. Okay, yeah. I am actually very split on these two choices, so I'm gonna explain my reasoning. I'm gonna explain my reasoning for both of these here. God, there's so much to talk about. I went from being like, I'm not sure about this ending to like the Camus revelation to this choice here. So one thing that I kind of find interesting about Rania's choice at this moment is this. Remember back when we ran into that character and so this is a character who had sort of the rose tinted, I'll give this a nice photos while we talk about this. So remember we talked about a character who had the rose tinted glasses, the chip that would take anything that was unpleasant for her out of any conscious recognition. and our recommendation. Yeah, exactly. Don't cry, Zanzibar. The rose tinted chip. And I had a take on that, which was so it seemed that chat felt that the chip was protecting itself, whereas my own feeling was that such a chip would not need to protect itself, that someone being told that they're making a mistake would find that unpleasant, and they would essentially, they're sort of self-selecting out of that criticism. That the chip doesn't need to protect itself because essentially such a person does not want to be told that they're doing something wrong. And the reason why I like sort of what Rania is saying about this, there's two ways of taking what she said. So you can either say that Rania has become part of Nivalis. Nivalis is a bad thing, and that she has been shaped by her environment such that she's now worrying about about individual things, right? She's now tied to Cloudpunk, which was originally the only job that she could get. She's sort of going into that workaday life that maybe a lot of us sort of dream about escaping. And to a certain extent, right, it's hard to say that Cloudpunk is an example of sort of like a super bad cyberpunk job. I always sort of think that one thing about the corporate wage slave versus the hacker in cyberpunk, right, is that a corporate wage slave is they want to make sure that they have a certain degree of comfort and that they are willing to put sort of the life of imagination or a riskier life, the life of ideas aside in order to conform and be a productive member of society. Whereas the cyberpunks, the hackers, the people who you tend to, want to be in these types of stories is someone who quite literally lives in the world of ideas, something that has been made manifest in cyberspace. And so it's kind of interesting, right, that there's a few different ways of looking at that. Some of these are not necessarily bad things to want to do. Try and bring Pashta up into a better life. Try and start playing the flute again to, enjoy these bonds that have been formed. On the other hand, though, it's really hard to say that trying to beat a coworker at Cloudpunk in terms of deliveries, something that has often involved very morally ambiguous decisions and ones that, it's hard to say that we're necessarily happy with. The question is has she found her place and that's a good thing, or is Rania becoming part of the machine of Nivalis? I am actually somewhat optimistic about Rania's choice, which is that she's been able to sort of find her place, and that the idea here is that Nivalis is not a place that will force you to become a bad person, but rather she's been able to find her boundaries, make her peace, and to be able to sort of find a life there, right? That you've got the punks in the garden who are able to deal with the nasty corporate elements. You've got people that you care about. You've got the loyalties that you've built. And it's a place in which she feels that she can take up her creative work again, her music, to teach music and to raise someone like Pashta. And I much like the rose, the rose tinted chimp, the rose tinted glasses, whatever you want to call that character. I am very much of the side that sort of, I tend to believe that you make what you can of your circumstances, right? I always need to recognize that I come from a certain background and that this can come off as very callous to people who are put into very desperate situations. But what I mean to say by this is that I have always really struggled with the type of view, and I'll just say capitalism, right? Because this is usually where people are talking about. But the idea that, capitalism makes us bad. Capitalism makes us behave badly. If I didn't exist in this capitalist system, I would be a better person. I've always found that a very hard point of view to hold on to. That doesn't mean that our priorities are not in a very... It does not necessarily mean that the way that society is organized does not reflect some very confused choices, let's say. You know, it's hard to take a look at some of the things that people prioritize, whether it's, you know, trying to maximize likes on Twitter or, you know, trying to make a certain amount of money just for the sake of making that money. I think there's plenty of examples that you can point to of there being some very distorted priorities. But I've always really struggled to find the view that a particular social structure... Well, okay, actually that's not entirely true, because I definitely can think of maybe some more totalitarian examples in history that have definitely led to people... like, obviously there are definitely systems that are designed to instill a lot of mistrust of neighbors and to make people more willing to, you know, to sort of betray each other. So I should maybe be a little bit more... You know, just because I happen to be a little more comfortable with capitalism doesn't necessarily mean that you know, a society can't completely shape a people's set of ideals. I suppose in the end that I put a very heavy emphasis, at least in my own case, on taking responsibility for my decisions, particularly the ones that I may regret later and may want to do differently. Because I think that's a really important part. It's not fun to recognize when you've hurt someone. It's not fun to recognize when you have been in moral error and have potentially said rather hurtful things. Because I definitely have got a background which led me to have some very unhelpful beliefs, which I probably took longer to outgrow than I, you know, than maybe I should have. And yet with that in mind, right, I definitely like the idea that Rania is able... I think the biggest thing here is that if her only concerns were about getting ahead in Cloudpunk, I'd be worried that this is sort of a, you know, a compromise ending, a sad ending in which Rania kind of gives up on her dreams or ambitions and instead, you know, the fact that there's enough space in this place for her to practice music again. I really do think it's a case of saying that you can't necessarily, you know, decide where you're born or the circumstances you find yourself in, but you can make the most of what you've been given, and you can ensure that you have that thing that matters the most to you to keep going through, keep going through things. But, on the other hand, I actually find the idea of following Orma a really interesting one as well. You know, it's the Dut Corps that brought us to Nivalis. If we have an opportunity to go elsewhere, particularly if it doesn't involve giving up Camus and Pashta, what greater adventure is there, right? You know, there might be something more. Maybe I'm not designed... Just because I'm very, very good at being... Okay, actually, you know what? Maybe this is a reason why... I was just thinking about my own life and why I might be attracted to the idea of still finding Orma as an interesting choice. So I mentioned a few times in the cast that I used to work in the film industry, right? A job that a lot of people would say is like a creative job, and one that, you know, you'd have to be insane to want to leave, right? You know, you must have done something wrong. You must have, like, washed out or something like that. Of course, now I'm an economist, which is not exactly the sort of career path you would normally see. You know, there's very little overlap between working in the camera department and, you know, punching numbers. I think it makes total sense for me because I know me, but I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to try and get anybody to, not going to get anybody to try and parse that out, because obviously my decisions are my own. But obviously there's a lot of, you know, if you like games, if you like... A lot of stuff that you like has sort of been the product of this, you know, kind of leap in the dark. I'm assuming pretty much anybody who has the work ethic and the talent to get a game shipped can have a more comfortable life and probably a better paid life doing anything but making video games. With, you know, some exceptions. Obviously there are some people who've done very, very well for themselves in gaming. But it would be hard for me to say that these are people who are, you know, are motivated just by money. Doesn't mean that, you know, you don't don't want to make a living, doesn't mean that you don't want your company to be successful. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't be nice to have the money. It's just, I think that probably the stuff that we really value has not been, merely the product of a conscious business decision. I tend to think that there has probably been some degree of sacrifice or some attempt to, ask the question, can I really do this? Is this right? Or am I doing something that will bankrupt me? And it's no secret that I'm not particularly thrilled with my existing position. There might be some ways in which it's improving, but I definitely feel underutilized at work, and some of the original reasons why I went into the work that I'm doing right now haven't really panned out. We've actually talked about this, I believe, last stream, and so there's sort of that side of me that says well, if nothing else, at least I'd have the money to show for being dissatisfied with my existing work. And one of the things that I notice is that it is very fair to say that for whatever complaints I have with the existing job, it is a comfortable position. That if someone were to say to me, here's a perfect example, I would be very interested in working with game data. So let's say it wasn't a company like, EA or Ubisoft or, Creative Assembly, or I guess it would be Sega is the parent for that. But a big company in which you would have a certain expectation of some stability. Notice I didn't say Activision in that. And let's say the pay was the same. Would I be willing... Or sorry, it's not one of these companies. Let's say the pay was the same, maybe even a little bit less, but let's just, for the sake of the argument, say the same. And somebody says, we're an indie studio. We liked your data stuff. I've obviously put out a couple of data things already. We liked your data stuff. We're willing... we have enough... we had a couple releases. We've got enough to kind of do our next game, and we are looking to expand our analytics to be able to sort of make some decisions moving forward about how we do stuff. Right? We're trying to keep things going on. And the really hard part is this: there's no certainty in that. Right? It's more stable than you would see in other companies, but you don't know what the industry is going to look like in a couple of years, let alone, a longer time horizon. There isn't that financial compensation. It's to say, do I think I could do interesting work with data? I can talk about wanting to do interesting work as much as I want, but how willing am I to put something on the line in order to achieve that? There's a bunch of people saying, we want to build something. Here's the work we've done already. We're in a position now where we can use your skills. This is the offer, right? Would I be willing to take that? And there's definitely that urge, particularly if you have debts, right? Rania has debts in this. The more comfortable your existing position, I suspect the harder it is to turn around and say, yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to go make games for a living. Or I'm going to write that book, or, I'm going to, I don't know why all my examples are writing, but I'm going to become a screenwriter, or I sort of think a lot of YouTubers and Twitch streamers who have, are the ones that people know kind of happened as a result of an economic downturn, and so I think they just really didn't have much in terms of other alternative options. But you get the idea, right? It is definitely a rather frightening prospect to try and go into something new, even though it may actually be the very best thing for you, that there's, this illusion of the comfort of your existing position keeps you from trying something bigger. One of my best examples of this was when I was working at a bank while I was in school. It started off that I was a credit adjudicator, so I do approve or decline credit card applications that were sort of on the margins. And it seems like one of the managers there took my going to school very personally and did as much as they could to create as many conflicts as possible. And so I ultimately moved to a contact center. And I was just finding the emotional strain as well as the amount of kind of neglect to my studies to be more than I could handle, and so I ultimately decided to leave that job. And I wasn't 100% sure what I would do with money. Like, there was a certain amount where I said, it's like, maybe I'm just going to take whatever savings I have, or like this credit line that I have, because I was working at the bank, right? I got a really favorable interest rate. I still have that really favorable interest rate. It's like, maybe I just live off of that credit line, while I finish my studies. What I didn't know, though, was pretty much a week after giving them my notice, I had an opportunity to TA a computer science course. I eventually got, shortly after that, an offer to be a research assistant in classics. I think about half a year later, I was a research assistant for a couple of economics professors that I knew. And then, of course, when I went into the master's program, they sort of rank the placements, and the one closer you are to the top, you kind of get your pick of, well, the profs pick you. But, you go into an RA, and then sort of below that, there's the TA positions. And then I think there's a few people who don't get anything. But it's kind of one of the ways that they minimize the costs of getting the graduate degree. So this is, again, this can sometimes sound a little new agey or that, but it was quite literally, like, it really genuinely felt like, and I'm putting this in these terms because it's really the only way that I can do it. But please don't, this is not like The Secret or anything like that. But it almost kind of felt like these opportunities were just waiting for me to let go of the really crappy contact center job for the credit cards. It was something much more in line with my interest. It was specifically because of the way I was helping other people inside of my classes, and just the interest I was showing in the subjects that allowed me to have those opportunities. Presumably skill too, but it's obvious. It's really intolerable to hear people talk about how good they are at that stuff, right? So, needless to say, it was not. I don't think I was the top at anything that I've done. But so that's the question: do I go back to sleep? Do I, do I try and make the city of ghosts the city of dreams? Or do I take the leap in the dark and follow Orma? The other thing that's interesting too, right, is that it is not uncommon in cyberpunk stories for, the AI to be this malevolent entity that wants to trap your consciousness in a shard or something like that, or black ice to destroy you. There's ways that you can color the AI choices in the context of the genre as being a really negative one. I'm not 100% sure that's been built here. I know that this AI has definitely killed people, but it's very hard to see them as anything but a very a malevolent force inside of Nivalis, and so. I don't see any reason to fear Orma, and so the question is, which one do I pick? And I think, to be honest, I still would like to believe that I have it in me to say, comfort is not the most important thing in the world. That I wasn't put on Earth to just be comfortable. That I should be doing something. I should be doing something of value. And that driving for Cloudpunk, or, doing the current work that I have right now, is not necessarily the end of the story. And that when an opportunity comes up, I should be willing to embrace it. For that reason. I'll have a pizza.
Pretty good. I couldn't stay. A new life, a new start. It was too exciting. Even if the journey to this new city was hard, I had to see it with my own eyes.
Cool. So I want to know what you guys think of that ending, or what I talked about, or what was going on. I'm really interested in how I went from the I'm really interested in how my assessment of the end totally transformed in a matter of minutes. So I want to be really careful in terms of negative comments, because I really liked this a lot. The one thing that I felt a little uncertain about is it feels like a lot of the conflicts get resolved really quickly, like almost abruptly. It was actually really cool to have that ending with the assassin. Be sort of the car race. I actually thought that was good. I enjoyed that much more than the race. I thought that was a cool, and I sort of felt a consistent kind of ending with Rania's story, right? She's a good driver. She's using the skills that she has developed in the city. Like, this is one of the things, right? Rania's used the skills that she's developed in the city to try and, deal with her debt problem, or run from her debt problem, however you want to look at it. And those are the skills that she used to finally defeat the android. She learned enough and earned that win. The end of the chorus, especially because the comment from the chorus of if the three of them are taken out and there's more waiting. I don't know how I would end it differently, right? Like, this is the problem. There have been times when I say that an ending hasn't worked for me, and people who want to defend their beloved are like, well, how would you end it? And I'm like, well, like, I'm not the one who wrote the thing, right? Like, it's not my job to, like, I'm sure if I could come up with a better ending, I could probably find work as a writer. I'm not going to say that it's easy, but as the consumer, you kind of have the privilege of being able to say whether or not it worked for you, right? I put it to you this way, like, my ability to my lack of ability to perform an operation does not preclude my ability to say, you idiot, you've cut off the wrong leg. That's obviously a really savage example. But yeah, I did sort of feel that the chorus plot line, it's a tricky one, right? Like, I feel like there's some elements there that I can sort of live with. And it looks like it gives me a chance to sort of run around and do some more things in the city. So let's have a chat as we carry on. And by the way, I'm really happy to entertain some more comments. If you think I made the wrong choice, if you think my take on it's wrong, if you think I'm being unfair to the game, if you just want to talk about what you saw, that's fine. I am going to take the opportunity to drive around a little bit, though. Because I think that's a little bit better than just sticking in the apartment. Change your name. But I do, by the way, like the fact that I'm able to sort of pick up where I left off and do some races and such. But yeah, like, so there's definitely some parts there. They get their comeuppance. They suffer a fate very similar to one that they've inflicted on others. And let's face it, like, it's there's lots of very good stories that end with kind of the cultists finally seeing the truth, and the truth is too much to handle. I really do like the description that the AI gives of, being given so much information, it smooths out their minds like a pebble, and it'll be just as dead. I really like that bit. But to a certain extent, it does kind of feel like this big menace is sort of resolved rather abruptly, and Rania just kind of needs to show up. It's very different from the resolution with the AI. And like I said, I'm not sure how I would do it differently, but I kind of feel like I'm just kind of an observer to that. I don't, I obviously helped out. Actually, there's maybe the possibility that there's a different ending depending on what, what we chose in the base game. I might be missing a detail there. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I think if they had ended it there, and then there was just a few lines of dialogue, and that was, that was it, I probably would have been unhappy with that ending. What I do like, though, is the reference to the witness. So I was definitely under the impression that it was about Rania, and I think that is the intended reading. It's really clear that the blue light, like, so as soon as there was the talk of the blue light and there was references to blue light in terms of the strobing, I was like, okay, so Rania is safe, and Cora has specifically made it in such a way that Rania is not. Oh, okay, actually, sorry. Now I know what didn't sit right with me. I was wondering why I couldn't articulate it. Now I remember what I wanted to say. The thing is that they seem to be talking about time. And I'm trying to think about specifically what we did to make it so that time was wasted for the cultists. Like how we kind of earned the foiling of their plots. And this may just be me not having properly paid attention to what was going on. I think that might have been the part where I sort of lost the plot a bit, or I sort of felt that our win was earned a little too cheaply. But anyways, like, again, I want to be clear. The fact that I'm taking the time to talk about it is by no means I'm unhappy with City of Ghosts statement at all. I definitely think when they call you they mentioned the witness, I was thinking that. I was definitely thinking that this was a reference to Cora, or not Cora, to Rania. But then again, the fact that Camus is the one who has not been protected, and is the one, again, of course, it's the only person who had the information transfer and didn't die as a result of it, or whatever brain death, whatever equivalent it is. Obviously, this is a really common idea in Cyberpunk. I do like the fact that Camus is the one who inherits all the knowledge. It's a really fun touch. It doesn't completely blow the meaning of the story open to me, but I really liked that touch at the end. Particularly because it definitely plays with my assumption that video games are entirely about me. Clearly when they call me, or I'm thinking they're calling me the witness, and yet if you're paying attention, you are the one person who cannot be the witness, because if you were, you'd be dead. So it's definitely a fun little touch to Camus, and it was one that caught me by surprise and delighted me, and that's a wonderful way. That is a wonderful way to end, I think one of the things that kept me from being sort of like, yeah, this is a really good DLC, not so sure how I feel about the end, but I'm really happy about the journey I took there, and I'm not upset by it. The thing that made me like the ending was that final choice that I got to make. Of course, that brings it back home, that recenters you with Rania, you've closed your story with Hayes. I don't know if the Cloudpunk revelation is supposed to be as surprising. I don't know if it's supposed to be very surprising. Like, I'd already taken it for granted that Hayes was the founder of Cloudpunk, I think 1 or 2 streams ago. But, especially if you didn't pick up on that before, it's nice that they make it explicit. Again, I'm not going to flog it every single time. It's like, they should have kept that implicit. That is something that I think is I don't think it's bad that they gave that indication more clearly closer to the end. Actually, I think that's probably when I think the writing is at its best, which is they give you a chance to work through it, and that the part that tells you comes a little bit later. And so that way it's like you've been given the opportunity to operate under a set of either assumptions or knowledge, and then when it becomes really vital, or when, you know, you've had the time for it to sink in, there's that confirmation. And that way I kind of feel that you can let everybody in on the information, but it doesn't sort of feel like you've been told one thing in a subtle way and then immediately afterwards it tells you in the unsubtle way. That was really the times that I kind of was like, you know, I sometimes think the game is better than that. Those were the ones that I was talking about. I think the way that they did, I actually, it's because they can do revelations like Hayes with Cloudpunk, and the fact that there was no doubt in my mind he was the founder of Cloudpunk, but apparently it was not necessarily obvious enough to not have let that just be running throughout, that it was a clear statement you wanted to make by the end of the game. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm a little harder on it when it makes the implicit explicit so quickly, because they're capable of doing it in more elegant ways in the base game and in the DLC. But yeah, again, it comes back home to Rania, and you're given a choice at the end. You're allowed to sort of make this story mean what it means to you, and I was happy with where it went. And I think instead of it just being like, that was a good, that was a really good game, and the ending was all right, to like, this is a good game, and I'm happy with how it ended. So let's see what Emmett. let's take my good feelings about this game and talk with Emmett so that I can get mad at racing a game.
Hey, Rania, the crone said you'd be coming to see me.
The crone?
Your boss. That's just what the community calls her.
The community?
Streethawks. Navalis Hova racers. You're gonna be one too, I hear.
I'm not sure about that.
Sure you are. Why else would you be here?
Why would Control the Crone set me up as a street racer?
She loves the races, loves gambling more. I hear another driver for Cloudpunk let her down, and now she's out of pocket. Hasty used to be reliable, but now he's a liability.
So, say I did want to race. What would that involve exactly?
Just say the word. Next slot that opens up, I'll put your name down. Just look out for a nav point. When you get to it, be quick. The races won't wait for you.
The word.
All right, kid. Be ready.
I remember when we were just delivery drivers, not delivery drivers and dangerous illegal street racers.
You are the least brave dog I know.
I am the only dog you know. And being brave and being reckless are not the same thing.
It's like driving around with my mother.
I will take that as a compliment. Mom was very wise.
I'll be careful, Camus. Trust me, okay?
Okay.
Maybe I don't get to do a race and feel bad about it. Okay, I don't normally do reviews for games and that. I don't really plan on changing right now, but I will talk a little bit about, is it worth it? I really like Cloudpunk. I definitely think City of Ghosts. If you liked Cloudpunk, I pretty much think that, if you feel at the end of Cloudpunk that you got everything that you wanted to see out of it, and you could not be motivated to have another Cloudpunk experience, well, you're probably not going to play City of Ghosts otherwise. That you've probably already self-selected out of the running for trying this out. But as I was saying before, I think overall the story is more ambitious. I think that's probably maybe where my mild sort of question about the ending of the chorus line. Sorry, I didn't mean to say a chorus line, but I'm keeping it. Chorus thread. Nah, chorus line is great. Yeah, the chorus ending would be sort of like, that's maybe one of the cases where I felt the ambition didn't quite have its ending met. But again, I don't want to flog that too much either, because it's actually a relatively minor point to my overall experience. I think generally, Cloudpunk, as far as a story, does what the original, or City of Ghosts does what Cloudpunk did story-wise, and it does it better. It takes it up to another level. My main gripe would probably be some of the driving stuff. I don't know if it's the addition of the extra modules like this one, or if there's some weird physics that are going on, but I've definitely felt some more cases where some weirdness happened. And I think we've seen it every stream. Like, there will be these points where my car kind of seems to just leap into the sky for seemingly no reason. And like, I can sort of say it's like, well, I was holding down the spacebar, so maybe it interpreted it as a double tap. But there have been times where my thumb is nowhere close to the spacebar, and that has still happened. So, I mean, again, like, it's an indie game. It's, sometimes these things are going to happen, and you don't want to make too much of a deal out of it. I will just add, though, that because the races are a thing, and the races actually can become quite expensive over time, it can potentially be a bigger pain point than it was in the base game. Fortunately, though, the street races seem to be completely optional. We obviously got them quite late into the game, it turns out. And, in the end, I didn't necessarily feel like, I don't know. I definitely wanted to try and see everything that the city had to offer, and I think kind of the pacing of the events still led me to a place where I kind of feel like there were some things in the game that I didn't see. Again, here you have the option of I can kind of tie up loose ends just driving around the city if I want. It's not a disaster. You're not going to have to like completely replay the game to be able to, to fill in. Like, if I want to finish the whole pie and small slice quest line, I'm sure I would be able to do that on my own. Whether or not like I want to put that extra time in to do it, I don't know. Like, I'm not quite sure what the food recombinator, I don't quite know what that payoff's going to be like. And obviously I have lots of other games to play. So would I do it on my own time? And if I thought it was fun to share on stream, would I do it? Sure. I'm just not entirely sure I could sustain another cast just buying food in Nivalis. Definitely big highlights would be the assassin sequences. I like the fact that there was that little maze that we had to go through. I actually think that some of the difficulties in driving made the final encounter with the assassin much more interesting than I found the street racing. Because the street racing, when somebody bumps into you and it turns your car into something that cannot move, like, that's a drag. You just feel like your experience has been ruined, and you have to put a bunch of effort into repairing your vehicle, and the rewards that you get for the race are, like, admittedly, the Matrix system is pretty cool. I like being able to zip around in this faster car, but I don't know, it took a really long time to get it with the fibers. And I was trying to do the fibers as I was doing my jobs, right? It's not like I deliberately set that quest aside. I also really like the breakdown between Hayes and, like, the Hayes and the Randia storylines. I thought both of those storylines really paid off. again, like Cloudpunk's strengths are definitely lots of interesting characters and being able to see the sort of the different vignettes of life in Nivalis. And I really like the fact that you were able to play as multiple people and have these intersecting stories. I thought that was a really satisfying way of doing it, and I thought that was not an obvious next step for Cloudpunk, but I thought that it played to the strengths of the base game, and gave I'm sure it contributed to sort of the things I found so satisfying about this DLC. So yeah, other than the fact that obviously I was caught a little bit off guard with how quickly everything sort of seemed to end, I've got nothing but the warmest feelings to City of Ghosts. I would definitely say that this is probably Cloudpunk plus. Like, I don't want to say it's like better than Cloudpunk to try and like diminish Cloudpunk itself. I just think that this is maybe what would be better to say is that this is a very worthy successor to an already very strong base game, and that I feel that it's I would hope that someone feels like they have got something that reflects the the skill and just the fact that they're building on top of a very solid foundation. That it reflects sort of those games, and that they were able to really make the most of this world that is interesting enough not just to make the DLC sequel or DLC expansion, or however you want to think about City of Ghosts, but rather to do this follow-up game, Nivalis, which will again, we don't have a release date for it. But it's another slice of life game coming in, which I don't believe has any ties to Ranya's story. I believe that's going to be something on its own. I'm very curious how much of a business sim it'll be. If it's a heavy on a business sim, I'd actually be really interested. I'd be really interested in seeing it. But yeah, if nobody has any other statements about the game, I think. It's been about 4 hours. I've sort of said what I wanted to say about it. I do, again, owe Ion Lands a very big thank you for, not just letting me share Cloudpunk, but now a really strong follow-up to it, City of Ghosts. I really hope that, a lot of you have been encouraged to try out the game as a result of this. I know a few of you have already tried Cloudpunk as a result of the previous streams, so, I don't think anybody has ever tracked my sales unless it's specifically an affiliate program. But one of the rewarding parts for me is when people come back and say, I tried this thing because of you and I really like it. And that's happened with Industries of Titan most recently, but there's, for any given game, right? Like, we're lucky enough that the costs of development have gone down, that it can sustain independent development, and as a result of independent development being something that exists, it means that there are more and more games for specific audiences, that you do not need to appeal to everyone in order to have a viable game. And so we were talking about having lots of games to play. We're talking about how everybody's got like a to-play list that's very long, and sometimes just being able to connect something with something that becomes a really special game to them. Hopefully if you try out Cloudpunk and City of Ghosts, you'll be able to think about the stories, have a moment of reflection like I did, and sort of talk a little bit about what your experience was, and think about how you wound up where you are, and what some of the stuff inside of the game might say about either your own circumstances or what it says about the state of the world today. Just generally that you get to do what we're doing right now. Have some thoughts as you're going through the city, whether you do so first person or third person, and really appreciate a beautiful and well written game. But yeah, it's very rewarding for me to be able to share the experience, and I hope you all enjoyed it as well. I don't know what I'm going to be doing Fridays moving forward. Obviously, Hollow Knight I tucked away just so that I can do some more practice on the Pantheons. Maybe I'll try and add something to Industries of Titan so I can get a little more action. Maybe I'll try and take some of the other stuff that I've been sitting on off the shelf. I do have a couple of things which I wanted to cover and sort of fell by the wayside. If there's something you'd like to see, it's worth mentioning that MC tweeted out not that long ago, hey, you might like Cloudpunk. You should do that. It's like, well, what a coincidence. We started City of Ghosts last stream. So as always, because I'm sort of not exactly between games, but I'm kind of in the mode where I'm thinking about what the next few games are going to be. If you have something you'd really like to see, I'm always open to suggestions, just as long as we understand that no suggestion's ever going to be a contract of me saying I 100% will do this. But I do find the recommendations helpful, just because when something does come to my key recommendations, I really do like being able to get those recommendations and then say, oh yes, somebody mentioned this like theme park sim. This looks kind of like a sim that might fit that kind of niche. That has definitely happened for a few games before. So I definitely don't want people to think that I'm indifferent to the recommendations. Just they do actually help me in ways that are maybe not so obvious. As for the rest of the stream, or the rest of the streaming stuff, Monday we're going to be back with more Stellaris. Wednesday, I think next Wednesday we are probably going to be doing, we're probably going to wind up doing some Dirty Rectangles. So I'll probably be at the local Game Dev Collective to see what exciting things they've been up to. So maybe that means next Friday I'm going to do Industries of Titan instead. I'll figure it out one way or the other, but let's say Friday is a question mark. I believe next Wednesday I will probably have to not do a stream just based on sort of the local events. And that on Friday I'll kind of keep as an open possibility. And of course Tuesday we've already recorded the Elder Scrolls Oblivion episode, so that's a guaranteed to happen next Tuesday. As for the future ones, I'm hoping to be consistent with those, but I definitely found out the cost of having technical problems for that series. So, let's take a minute and see who's online so we can find somebody to host. I hope you all like this. Oh, that's right. I don't get to go back to the main menu. This just straight out quits the game. It's maybe the only other feedback I would give on this game is it would be nice to see more. Oh, this is why not that many people left is why it's so quiet. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Okay. I don't even need to bring back the menu again. Brian on the Rocks is currently playing Apex Legends. He's been doing a really great job with some indie games lately. He's also started a new fundraiser for the basically indigenous support sort of support groups because of the unmarked graves found in residential schools. So I regret that there's not as many to sort of hang out with him, but that's fine. I definitely recommend sticking around for this. This is more of his usual format of doing Apex Legends. So I hope you all have a good time. Even if you don't normally do Apex Legends, Brian is a developer on it. So, and he will spin some of the silliest trolling that I do into absolute gold. He's actually a very talented communicator when it comes to dealing with unhelpful assumptions from audiences. And so if you've ever wondered, like with developers, like why don't you fix the servers or things like that? He actually has very articulate answers for you. Now, please be respectful in the chat, obviously. But Brian is a really solid guy in addition to being, I think, quite a talented developer. I think that kind of goes without saying if you work for Respawn. But I'm really happy to be able to raid him. So have a good time over in Brian's neck of the woods. Thank you so much for watching. I will see some of you on Monday.